Ladies and gentlemen, across the United States and many other great nations.
Fuck! Dude, this chair sucks dick.
The Sunday Evening Overdose. Where's your fucking radio show? I just don't see the use for firemen in society. Hey, we're gonna talk to little ghosts. We're gonna talk to little aliens. We're gonna talk to little police. We're gonna talk to little sharks. We're gonna do it all. I see. This is why you really need to talk more consistently. Like you really.
Why? I sound really loud, no?
I had your level fine, but then you're clipping, you know. Hey, fact checker! Fact checker!
Actually, that happened in 1967.
This show is the funniest show I've ever heard in my life.
More people should listen to us.
Hey, we get the news. We're gonna get drunk and tell you about things in the news that we don't know nothing about.
I know things.
There's a lot of reasons people don't listen to this, probably.
No.
It's another typical shark apologist in the media leading the way on this, of course. Call us up. Tell us what you think. We try to be interactive here on the Sunday.
I wish I could meet this cocksucker. Smack him in the face.
Suck his cock.
Yes, what?
I don't know. I would like to go out to space with my gun and just see what happens.
And now, without further ado, the hosts of your favorite Sunday evening talk show, Vinny and the Earthling, here on the Sunday Evening Overdose.
And we're here on the Sunday Evening Overdose.
Yeah. Overdose.
Aw, yeah. You got nothing in your headphones? I'll fix it, don't worry. Fix it for you, old pal. Oh, the Earthling ain't not here. Did you notice?
No Earthling, yeah. Everybody noticed because there was no one screaming into the microphone.
And then whispering.
Yeah.
Right away. Oh, we miss you, old pal.
We do miss him, don't we? It's going to be a long, long night without him. But we'll have more beer than we usually have at the end of the night.
Yeah, he's up in Wisconsin trying to make himself a living. Doing some tuck pointing.
The nerve.
He always I thought he was quitting after last week.
What happened last week?
Well, he took a bit of a beating at the end of the show, the old Earthling.
Yeah, that's true.
And I thought he was pissed off. So this is actually true. All right, I texted him a few days later. I was calling his phone. It was like going straight to voicemail and shit. And I texted him. And it was the plain voicemail that you have reached, blah, 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 whatever number. I'm like, texted him, hey, I know you're kind of pissed off. How about I'll make like some steaks and shit. We can get drunk and have a steak dinner and talk about the show and, you know, where we're going to go and everything. And he never responded. So I sent another one like, no, seriously, you know, real steaks with potatoes and onions and mushrooms and asparagus and shit like that. Real fucking dinner here. You know, he's never responded. So I said, well, motherfucker, at least tell me what's going on with the show or you're going to be no response. So I started getting real mad. But I texted all those things really drunk was the problem. So today I start getting really angry, you know, and I start texting him again. You're a fucking asshole. By the way, you owe me fucking money, you piece of shit. Yeah, I know you're not gonna fucking pay me. I'm gonna come get it one way or another and shit, you know. And I'm like I'm getting really angry. And then I looked back at the old texts, and I had sent all of the previous ones to his old phone number. So that was what happened with that. So I said, I'm sorry. And I explained myself, and then he was like, yeah, I'm in Wisconsin, not doing the show.
Was he actually mad about... I feel like he always takes a little bit of a beating.
Yeah, towards the end of the show, usually. No, I don't think he was mad. I don't know. Maybe he'll call up and let us know.
Explain himself.
He was like, I don't know, he was drunk. was really drunk. And then I drunk texted him all week and got confused and really angry. So that's the Sunday Evening Overdose this week. That's what we did.
The whole week. That's all we did.
Yeah, I don't know if you're listening, Patrick, why don't you call in and contribute to the show somehow tonight?
Please.
Yeah. So beyond him being a retard, and by the way, we really want you back next week.
Please.
But we do need to keep being able to make fun of you. So just call in, let us know what you have to say for yourself. I guess we're gonna have to talk about Ferguson. Is anybody listening to us yet?
Yeah, we got a couple people listening.
All right. So let's get into the whole Ferguson thing. And you guys are going to have to help us out. Obviously, no co-host this week, so help me out here. 630-599 what is it? Fucking 630-599-RUBS. 630-599-RUBS. RUBS. And you can rub up against us in the arena of philosophical debate. So, if you and what else we got? You can contact us on fucking Facebook, the Sunday Evening Overdose on Facebook, Sunday Evening Overdose at gmail.com, and yeah, fuck you.
We don't have a good way to monitor the stream on Ustream tonight, though.
Oh, is that true?
Trix isn't here.
Yeah, okay.
Unless you have it.
Whatever. You can usually, yeah, I'll try to get it up. You can comment in the chat box on ustream.com where you're listening to this live. All right, let's stop wasting time. What do we got for the people tonight? Ferguson. We had the fucking verdict was announced. The grand jury, not the verdict, whatever. Their grand jury decision not to indict the police. Is that how I say it?
Yeah, I think that's how you say it.
So, the night it happened, you were watching all the live streams and shit, right?
Yeah, all night. I was up until like 3, 4 in the morning watching it.
What did you notice? Anything? I noticed some weird shit. I want to see what you noticed first.
Well, a lot of things. I noticed that people like.
By the way, what we're talking about is like all the on the ground kind of, independent activist types with their Ustream accounts and shit, basically trying to live stream the whole fucking fight with the police and all that shit. So, and looting and stuff. All right, so go on.
I didn't see any looting. I was watching 2 different streams. One guy was pointing the camera away from any illegal activity so as not to incriminate anybody's face who may appear on his video.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I didn't see anything firsthand from that, but I had a different stream going who this guy was not staying near any situations that could turn violent, so I don't know exactly what he was going for.
Pussy. Why are you there?
But, yeah. So I had those. I had the Twitter stream for the St. Louis County Police Department going to see what they were saying about things.
Sure.
And then the St. Louis, we had the police scanner for a little while too, which was surprisingly boring for as much as was happening. But I don't know, everybody seemed really mad, but then they just complied with everything the police told them to do.
It's a typical protest tactic. Let's act like basically kids that are kind of tempted not to come back in from recess, and once we're threatened enough, we'll come back. Sorry,
but we made our point.
Sorry.
Yeah, I did see one group who had taken a safe house in a like a coffee shop that was helping a bunch of protesters, and the police tried to make them get off of the coffee shop's like outside patio area.
Yeah,
and then they were like, no, and then the cops were like, come on, and they were like, no, and then the cops were like, fine, and then they left. The cops left, and they like left him alone.
Story there,
but that was like the biggest success that I saw on behalf of the protesters for the whole night.
Okay, I got the Ustream thing up if you guys want to fucking comment real time with us and get involved in the discussion. Here's a thing I saw that I've never seen before. I saw people looting in Guy Fawkes masks.
I did not see that.
Yeah. The anonymous and truth movement people, who, by the way, I don't know. it's spread too far. It's like a gang where there's no initiation anymore, you know, and it's just fucking diluted at this point. Like, you put on your Guy Fawkes mask, you're some fucking idiot that really just sits around smoking weed, doing nothing all the time, and then once in a while gets up and goes to do this shit, you know. I've seen people, like, at protests I've been to, you know, protesting GMOs and then walking into a Wendy's to eat, you know, and like, these people aren't necessarily serious. It is a fad at some level, you know.
Yeah.
And so I saw a bunch of people in this supposed truth movement and whatever wearing those fucking masks and you know, looting and rioting and shit. Like, well, all right, I don't know. What isn't that kind of counter you know, counter to the message of, you know, a peaceful revolution and stuff? Is that not what not what Anonymous is about? Isn't it winning the hearts and minds and being, you know, the better of the two sides?
Yeah.
So I don't know. The weird thing, the Guy Fawkes masks people looting, and what else did I see? There was like a conversation in one of the live streams where they were going, well, yeah, that's people looting a Dollar General. They're looting a pawn shop, you know, bro. They prey on the community anyway. It's basically like looting a payday loan.
Yeah,
it's no big deal.
that too.
You saw that part?
Yeah.
And I was like, you douchebags. You know, like, if you think the pawn shop is preying on your community, don't fucking go there. You know, if people are agreeing to go in there and sell their shit because they're shitty crackheads, well, you know, what are you gonna save the fucking world? It's, you know, I don't know. I don't give a shit about a fucking pawn shop. I don't think they deserve to be fucking looted just because, you know, because their business is not particularly always on the up and up. You know,
Yeah.
It's, people go there by choice, and you get a lot of good deals in a pawn shop. Get rid of things you need to get rid of, you know, that you can't get rid of. It's not good for a lot of things. Not just for fucking buying crack, selling your microwave. So. What else have we got on that shit? The live streams were going. I was watching NBC coverage, I think, for most of it, and they were pretty hilarious. It was like the local NBC affiliate. They were doing, you know, the things there immediately. I don't know, maybe an hour into the fucking coverage after they read the decision. There was reported a cop was shot in the arm. 150 plus shots were fired. Journalists on the ground are saying that the cops advanced first and shot rubber bullets. 2 squad cars had been melted. I mean, this was all like, I'm like, how much of this can be true? You know, it's like,
Yeah.
Really, the journalists on the ground were doing interviews. Oh, and this was interesting. I was watching the live NBC footage, and they were interviewing this like long-haired dude who worked for a camera crew, and he was typically maybe looked like a dude who's kind of anti-establishment or something. Could be, you know, I don't know, not necessarily, but he started saying, hey, the police approached first and started shooting rubber bullets before anyone did anything, you know, and they really sparked off the riot by doing that. And as he's giving this explanation, the feed started fucking malfunctioning for the first time in the night that I was watching it. Do you think, I mean, is that paranoid of me to think that could be deliberate?
I don't know. I saw a lot of stuff like that too, where like stuff started getting interesting and then it started like skipping and jumping around and it would cut out, and I don't know. I did see the police.
Like Harrison Bergeron. It's like, what were we watching? Something sad, I think. Remember that movie? No? Where it's the government controls people's minds with their fucking, everybody has to wear a headband and they send like radio waves to confuse you and stuff. And like, they'll be watching TV and something important happens and they'll just blatantly cut away from it, you know? It's a dystopic nightmare.
Yeah.
Kurt Vonnegut wrote it. But anyways, go on with what you were saying.
Now I care. Oh, the police were taking like very deliberate steps to clearing the crowds from what I saw. I saw them a couple times. They would drive past and make an announcement that everybody had to leave for absolutely no reason. Then they would throw smoke canisters. And then they would throw tear gas canisters. I saw them actually throw a tear gas canister inside of the coffee shop that people were running into.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good men.
Yeah. And then they were throwing, they're called hornets' nests, which are basically a big giant thing that they throw out.
Yeah, I know what it is. It's where all the hornets live. It's a whole nest of them. Laying their eggs.
They're
getting things done.
They're rubber bullet sprayers. So they throw them out and they spray rubber bullets in all directions. And this guy, one of the feeds I was watching, he was getting hit with rubber bullets from one of those things. He like had it on camera.
I mean, it's getting crazy to be a journalist. Like, I've been at some of the big fucking events, and some of the more violent stuff. Yeah, I like that picture we have up now. Guy getting clubbed.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But oh no, it just looks like that. That's the angle. But so I've been at the NATO. I think you were there too. Yeah.
Yeah, I was there.
Some of the more violent stuff. What else did we go to? I was at the Bilderberg thing. That didn't turn violent, but it was pretty intense. I've been at some of these. I guess like high profile protests and whatever. And I guess where the fuck am I going with this? It tends to be the case that the police are the ones that are kind of instigating shit. Once it's like, the permit runs out or whatever, and people don't quite move right away, and they just start fucking stabbing people with batons and advancing in and trying to cause the whole melee. And then that's all the media shows. They show that one little flashpoint of conflict, know, and
well, and I remember, I don't know what it was like at Bilderberg, but at NATO, there was literally a police officer in riot gear every 3 feet on both sides of the street.
There were thousands.
I mean, they were literally about 3 feet apart, right?
Yeah. It was all day, too. I mean, we must have walked miles that day. 10 miles or something.
Businesses down. They shut, I mean...
And there were just riot cops after riot cops after riot cops. That's the only time I've ever been afraid, actually, at a protest in my life, was seeing fucking busloads of dudes that looked like Cobra Commandos.
They came
in that like blue and black riot gear,
Yeah.
Cops sometimes ask for those jobs because they're fucking psychos and they want to hurt people. It's kind of one of their things.
Just like hoping, yeah.
So let's see. We had the guys looting in Guy Fawkes Mass. We had they were reporting a bunch of injuries to protesters and journalists. 14 or so, 15 in that first night.
14 to 18.
Yeah. The 61 arrests right away. I mean, this is shit that they were reporting immediately.
Right away. That was just the first night. Those are numbers from night number 1.
Cops displaying, I was watching this shit at like 2:30 in the morning, and they were already displaying fucking guns and bricks in the back of a pickup truck at a press briefing, and they're doing a little press briefing and shit. It's like, this whole thing, I mean... How theatrical is this?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, that's what you're doing. They got, and at this press briefing, they got fucking 20 cops standing around there. That's the best use of your time right now, to show 7 guns and 10 bricks to a bunch of fucking idiot reporters? What the hell are you doing?
What else they had? I was watching on the live stream, they had just vans with the side doors open, literally just full of cops sitting there in riot gear holding big giant guns, just driving around, not stopping, just driving around.
Yeah.
Just like, check it out, look at what we have.
Like fucking Nogales or something, in one of those shitty border towns. Just fucking cops just driving around in a pickup truck, brandishing AK-47s.
Yeah.
Or I don't know.
And their body
what they have
armor.
in Mexico, but
yeah,
no, they're fucking nuts. And the theatrics of the whole thing is kind of what started to take shape in my mind, in terms of like trying to develop a theory on why this case is what it is. Because the facts of it is how many people are killed by police every year. There's no. First of all, do we even have the real numbers?
No.
And what I'm going to get at here is, why this case? Why is this case the one in the media? Why is this the hyped up one? Why is this causing the rioting? Why is this the social, whatever, atom bomb that it's been? And so let's look at this. What did you come up with for there's all we have is independent researchers to go on, because the FBI doesn't keep reliable statistics on this. The FBI keeps really reliable statistics on almost every kind of crime that you could think of, and they're all handed to the FBI by individual departments and compiled and stuff, and they're pretty reliable, even if you don't trust, government agencies like that. They're pretty reliable stats. However, does the FBI keep any stats on police killing civilians?
No, there are no official numbers on it, but police killed by people they keep very close track of.
Sure,
So,
people who kill, and what is that like? It's something minuscule. It's like 15 a year or something. Like
in 2013, it was 27.
27.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so,
So-
what are the most independent researchers have come to a consensus of around 1,000 plus a year, 1,000 to
It
1,200
averages
or so?
over 1,000 per year.
That's how many people are killed by police, right?
Yeah. This
Okay,
year, the
so-
estimate is 1,275.
Okay.
This
And
year.
that came from what? More than one. That's like a consensus of researchers came
Yeah,
up with
that's
that?
like
Okay.
the general.
So yeah, you can check that out on your fuck known if you want. So my point is, so how many times the police and is that number? Are those justified and unjustified killings? Everything?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
everything. Yeah.
So, we don't really have a number on unjustified killings, huh?
no.
Yeah, well,
it would be
that's some super low hanging fruit for a fucking a researcher who wants to get hits on his blog.
Yeah.
Holy shit, somebody should put that together. So the point is, with this many people being killed by police every year, there has to be a reason that one case takes off to like superstardom level and 800 other ones don't. So what is the deal with that? What makes this case so advantageous for the people who might be able to influence this stuff behind the media and everything? What is advantageous to them about getting this case out there and having everybody hang their hat on it? So I'm thinking about it. Now you might disagree with me. I don't know. From what I've heard over the past week, it almost sounds to me like the cops' version of the story was true. And that's kind of what I ended up thinking. And so maybe I'm wrong. I could totally be wrong. I haven't done really exhaustive research on it. But yeah, it led me to think, could the reason that this case has been made such a huge deal of and it's been pushed so far, I mean, could it be that it's perfect for making the anti-police movement look stupid? Is it, planned the whole time that we'll have everybody hang their hat on this one case and this one issue, and we'll take this as far as it can go and we'll make the biggest deal out of it. And in the end, when all the facts come out, they'll make sure that this whole movement looks dumb. You know what I mean? And that could be the motivation behind the whole thing, because with all of the people that are killed on video, with tons of witnesses around, with all kinds of steady corroboration, and the cops get away with it in sly ways, and there's no riots, there's no mass media coverage 24 hours a day. This is chosen. This is chosen for a fucking reason. It is. How many people a day are killed by police? Is that 3 or 4 or whatever? So I mean, this is chosen for a reason. We've been talking about this since I fucking started this show, pretty much. This was like my 3rd episode.
Why do you think they would have? Why don't you think they would have taken it to trial then? If they want to use this as like an example, why would they end it at the grand jury? Wouldn't it be a bigger opportunity to undermine the anti-police movement by taking it to trial and proving it that way?
Because I think you get less rioting and less reaction that way. If you let it slowly be argued out factually, then a lot more people are going to have to admit, well, hey, we were wrong about this one. We still hate the police. Now, don't get me wrong. I hate the police. I don't like Darren Wilson. Fuck Darren Wilson. He is a racist cunt. I hate him. Okay, don't get it wrong. Like, they're all a bunch of fucking pigs. They're a bunch of worthless scum. Trust me. This is how I really feel. But in this case, he may have acted in self-defense. And whatever. But the point is, where the fuck what was I going with that? Help me out here. Talk to me.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to take notes about what you're
fuck the
talking
notes.
about.
We'll do this whole segment as one thing. Don't worry about it.
All right.
So anyways, no, so he is an asshole and whatever else. And you know what else? Mike Brown seemed like a dick to me too. I mean, I don't really care about him either.
Yeah.
You saw the video of him, and this doesn't excuse him being killed, blah, 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 whatever. I'm not doing it from like the left-right fucking typical talking points, whatever. You see the video of him in the cigar store, he's intimidating a dude and strong arm robbing him. It's a piece of shit thing to do. And if you do that to someone, you could expect to be hurt for it, and maybe not even directly or whatever, but I mean, it's a violent act to intimidate someone physically and imply I'll hurt you if you don't do what I want you to do. It's devastating to another person to point a gun at them and tell them they have to do something they don't want to do, or to just physically intimidate with your size and force someone to do something. It's very fucking, it's very just hard on a person's psyche. It's just one of the worst things you can do to someone is physically force them to fucking do something they don't want to do. So the guy's a piece of shit. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, it's shitty. I don't think...
And you see but they did a good job of trying to smear him and everything. But really, all right, so he's 18. I'd hate to be judged on everything I did when I was 18. But also, he just seemed like a piece of shit to me. Just like some dumb fucking gangbanger wannabe, whatever,
Yeah.
No big loss to me, really, I guess,
I don't know. I don't think that he deserved to be murdered, regardless.
No.
Whether he stole the cigars or not.
No.
That's one of those details of this that I think is not super relevant to what happened, which is that he was shot to death.
Sure, yeah.
And,
that's one of the things I wrote down about this is in the end, the facts don't really matter, because at the point we've gotten to with it, what matters more is trying to understand why this case is being treated the way it's being treated by the media.
Yeah.
Why are we all hanging everything on this fucking case right now? Why is race being discussed as though this case is somehow representative of black and white people's relations right now? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Do you know when this story first came out, for some reason I was drawn to it immediately, even before it got mainstream media coverage and before it was huge.
Yeah.
It stuck out to me too. And for the first couple of days that it was being reported, there was no mention of race whatsoever. It wasn't a race issue. It was about police.
Yeah.
Not black versus white. And then it turned into that.
And that's the way I read it too. And early on, I had some discussions where I said it wasn't about race. And actually, I kind of got turned around on that. And I think it definitely was about race, especially when you read Darren Wilson was actually part of another police department. Do we have this article? Darren Wilson was, I think I do, was part of another police department where everybody in the fucking department was fired at once for being racist. Have you seen this?
Yes, yeah, the whole police department was disbanded.
Well, yeah, and it was some other town in Missouri, right?
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Yeah, so Darren Wilson was part of that department, and they had so many complaints, and it was another thing like Ferguson, where it was 95% white police department and a 101% black community, and they had complaint after complaint after complaint, and something happened where the actual the state moved in or something and shut them down and just had them completely start over with officers that had to be, I guess, weeded out and make sure nobody was a racist. Yeah, you find a lot of white guys in Missouri who are controlling and want to be police and then also not racist. Good luck. You find anything about that?
Yeah, Jennings, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
And the police department was fired by the city council.
By the city council and the whole police department at once, right? Everybody, yeah?
Yeah, and that was apparently in St. Louis County because they were replaced by St. Louis County police.
Shit.
So that's, right around the corner from where he is now.
Yeah.
I can't believe those guys just got jobs.
It's basically the same community.
Yeah. So what was the point?
So he's part of that. So definitely Darren Wilson is a piece of shit, Yeah,
but he also has a record on that police force of using excessive force during an arrest as well.
Mm-hmm. Could it be as simple as this just is good to get the old racial argument going, and the media loves that? Because at the end of the day, what's the media's job? To keep people fighting about dumb shit so they don't make any philosophical progress as a whole. Isn't that true?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that protects the interests of the big corporations that own the fucking 4 media companies that all of your entertainment comes from. So it's not hard to figure out what the fucking motive is in general, but for this specific case, I don't know. I'm going with I'm going with the fact that the cop is going to end up, being pretty much totally exonerated of all blame, and that's what they knew from the start. So that's why they did this, to just basically cause the fighting and make the anti-police movement look stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and I remembered what I was getting at before was that reason they don't want it to go to trial is that was, that would greatly reduce the amount of rioting, that would happen. I think I forgot to finish that fucking thought.
You kind of did.
So Darren Wilson, he resigned now? Is that the deal?
Yeah.
He says he says it is his hope that my resignation will allow the community to heal.
What a nice guy.
Yeah. Well, that's his main concern. I'm sure that's what he was doing out there, doing a lot of healing.
Yeah.
Putting his heel up a lot of black anuses.
No, I heard before they announced the verdict, it had been reported that he was intending on resigning. That was something that he decided before the announcement was made, like days before.
Oh, okay. So he's got no severance pay, no continued benefits. What does that say?
What?
The mayor says that the city of Ferguson has cut all ties with Darren Wilson, and the former officer will no longer receive any pay or benefits from the city. So is that not the city kind of admitting that he's done something wrong there? I mean,
it seems like it, doesn't it?
The news of Wilson's resignation comes days after a St. Louis County grand jury declined to issue any charges against Wilson. Oh, he's only 28. Did you know that?
Ew, he looks so much older than that, doesn't
that's
he?
because he's a creep fucking cop, dude.
Yeah.
That's what happens, man. They spend all their time miserable and just collecting fucking bad energy around them constantly. They get jowls at 26, They're awful, man. They're just awful, miserable people. During an interview Saturday with the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Wilson said resigning was the hardest thing he's ever had to do.
Dick.
I'm resigning of my own free will, he told the Post-Dispatch. I'm not willing to let someone else get hurt because of me. He said that he did not... I just threw this article all over the place. I receive a severance package for stepping down, but he told the reporter more talks may be held on that topic. He made $45,000 a year as a Ferguson police officer. Wow, I guess they don't make that much, huh?
No, but they can literally get away with murder, so it probably doesn't matter as much.
And yeah, how much shit do they take on the side,
Yeah.
Wilson has been paid on administrative leave since he fatally shot the unarmed teenager. So yeah, that's over with for him. During an interview following the grand jury decision, he told George Stephanopoulos that his conscience was clean because I did my job right. He said he wanted to spend his career with the police force. That's over. Good job. So his resignation.
Do you think any police force will hire him now?
I doubt he would try. I think he'd probably, and he's not. I would guess that the real reason he's resigning is because he's worried about being a target.
Yeah.
I don't think that he'd survive another year on the streets there. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking like people are going to be gunning for him for sure. I mean, it's happened a few times already. There's in the past couple of years, there's been cops that have been killed involved in cases like this. So
yeah.
I mean, I'm rooting for it, but whatever. That's not necessarily that's just because he's a cop, not for any other reason. So what else do we have on this? We had this letter about Oath Keepers. Some fucking article.
Oh yeah, this was submitted by a listener.
Yeah. Following a night of arson fires and bashed storefronts that hit close to home, Greg Hildebrand stood naked Tuesday, drying off from a needed shower when he noticed somebody on the rooftop. I opened the window and said, "Hey, can I help you?" The man said he was security and would be up there all night with others to protect the pocket of the second-story apartments and lower-level storefronts near the Ferguson Police Department. A day earlier, rioters had broken out windows below Hildebrand's apartment in the 100 block of South Florissant Road and torched a nearby beauty supply store. So what, were these Oath Keepers up there? Did you read this or no?
Yes, yeah, that's what they're calling themselves.
Well, the Oath Keepers are a group already. They've been around a long time. I think they're like former police and military that or even current, that keep their oath to the Constitution and they don't do unconstitutional things on the job. You never heard of Oath Keepers?
No, I don't know them.
Yeah, if this is the same Oath Keepers, that's who they are. They're out at a lot of protests and shit. Police questioned group members early in the week and allowed them to stay. But Saturday, after media inquiries, St. Louis police officers ordered the Oath Keepers to leave the rooftops. Oh yeah, why would you want them helping you out when you have no control over the situation at all? Yeah, these people peacefully fucking who are known for just being good people. That's what they are, you know. And they're real serious about what they do. They're probably the only, maybe some of the only good police that ever existed, Oath Keepers. Puzzled and alarmed protesters have wondered, too, who are these guys? Where are they? Where do they come from? Some accusing the mysterious guards in military fatigues of being in the Ku Klux Klan. In fact, they are volunteers affiliated with a 35,000-member national organization called Oath Keepers. Yeah, it's the main one. Yale Law School graduate and libertarian Stuart Rhodes said by telephone from Montana that he founded the group in 2009 to protect constitutional rights, including those of protesters confronted by what he described as overly militarized police. So that's the deal with them. And I've met a bunch of them, actually. They were all at the Bilderberg Group protest. So Rhodes, who said he's a Mexican-American, stressed that Oath Keepers is not anti-government. He said the volunteers handling rooftop security in Ferguson were current or former government employees and first responders, many who have intense military, police, and EMS training. We thought they were going to do it right this time, Rhodes said of government response to the grand jury decision released Monday in the Michael Brown case. But when Monday rolled around and they didn't park the National Guard at these businesses, that's when we said we have got to do something. Historically, the government almost always fails to protect people, he added. And I would agree with that like a motherfucker. Have to protect yourself. Cannot rely on the old government. So yeah, these fucking Oath Keeper guys are up there, and they kicked them out, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, well, they were probably scared of them. Look, I'm reading about the Oath Keepers right now. One of their first of 6 rules that they follow: we will not obey any order to disarm the American people.
Sure.
So that's the first thing that they.
Oh,
that
is kind of their thing. They set the line in the sand, basically. Yeah. What we will and won't do as government officials.
Yeah.
And they do. They approach a lot of police departments and try to get them to sign on. You know, which is, I guess, good work. I'm just done with cops. I just don't have any hope that they're gonna ever change. So we had another guy shot during the protests, huh? DeAndre. How do you say this? Deandra? Joshua, identified as man fatally shot during Ferguson protests. The man found shot to death in a parked car in Ferguson, Missouri on Tuesday morning has been identified. He was 20 years old, and he was found at 9 a.m. inside a white Pontiac with the driver's side window shot out near the Canfield Green Apartments. USA Today reports. The apartment complex is near the site where the Ferguson police officer, Darren Wilson, shot and killed the 18-year-old blah, 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 and blah. Joshua's family members said they believed his death was related to massive protests incited by a grand jury's announcement. So who shot this guy? Oh, he wasn't shot by the police? I got excited.
Oh, no.
So he was just shot during the thing. Yeah, there was a lot of opportunist crime going on, as there is in any protest. I saw a video of a guy who was live streaming on Ustream, and somebody ran up and stole his phone and then ran with it, and it kept streaming while he ran back to his neighborhood and was telling people about it and shit.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, fucking moron. He runs all the way back, and you hear some girl like, "Why you running?" And he's like, "Oh, I just took this." From who? Some nigga. And she's like, "What is it?" iPhone 6. And he starts running again. That's basically all you need to know. So yeah, there was a lot of fucking mayhem and melee. What's going on now? Has it died down or what? Is it still fucking happening?
Yeah, it's certainly lost steam.
And we're here on the 30th of November.
Yeah.
2014.
People are fucking mad. Protesters shut down the Thanksgiving Day parade, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade.
Good.
They got up in there.
Fuck the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. What city?
In New York.
In New York?
Yeah, the big one, the main one.
Okay, I don't know that shit anymore. I don't.
Yeah, people in New York were really mad. They shut down a bunch of bridges.
Yeah, I heard there was a lot of shit going on in like Portland for some reason.
Portland
was big. I didn't see anything in Chicago.
There was some stuff in Chicago. It wasn't very big.
You know why? They have Chicago split up so well that like you just don't see the black neighborhoods. Like you're just everything is just straight up. You know, you're on the highway, you're off into your fucking Logan Square, and then you're back home.
I was even reading about
anywhere.
Protests in London, even that were shutting down like an area of London. Mm-hmm. So that's pretty weird. Yeah,
all over the place. I mean, generally, I think it's pretty tame. You know, a little property destruction isn't going to get us anywhere. A little bit of looting, you know, if you're pretending that you're looting as some kind of statement, you're a pussy. If you're admitting, hey, I'm just taking advantage and I'm a criminal and I steal anyways and this makes it easy, fine. Well, whatever. That's who you are. But if you're pretending that you're fucking making a statement by looting, you're a fucking pussy. How about the 10,000 of you go up to that 250 cops and stomp their fucking brains out? You want to make a statement? Go get in ranks, get your fucking weapons together, and do something. March up and kill some motherfuckers. You're like, what is this idea that like looting is gonna do something? You know, I mean, you fucking morons, and just a bunch of fucking pussies running around in the shadows. You know, at that point, that's what it is.
Yeah,
a bunch of pussies. I really would challenge. I mean, if you're real bad and you want to break shit and get that energy out, go to where it counts. And fucking, how hard is it to get a grenade? You know what I mean? How hard is it to do something?
How hard is it to get a grenade?
Probably pretty hard. I don't know. But, you know, somebody could do it.
Someone should go to that pawn shop.
Fucking do it. Yeah, they probably have one at that pawn shop.
Pawn shop,
yeah, I'm sure they do.
Where you get a grenade.
Yeah, so you're looting the pawn shop, loot yourself a grenade and do some real fucking damage. God damn it. Roll that shit in the fucking police station. Are we allowed to say that?
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. It's a fictional show.
Yeah.
We're not real.
What police station?
But that's my thought on the looters. Is like, you're a bunch of dicks, dude.
Yeah. And that was actually, I found that to be like frustrating while I was watching the streams of protesters being confronted by the police, is that there was so much tension and it seemed like any minor spark was going to set off a violent interaction, and it just never did. It was weird. It was like,
that's how it always is. It's like a bar fight that never quite goes anywhere.
Yeah.
And everybody's kind of just, it's a shit talk here and a shit talk there and a, you know, puff your chest everywhere, a puff your chest. And like somebody grabs a collar and then everybody's talking again. And then there's a push and then nothing makes sense. It just never happens. You know, it's like one of those, like, that's how these big group fucking engagements are like a lot of times. You know, they're just, as many times as I've seen violence in a protest and stuff, more times I've just seen long, prolonged tension where then nothing happens. And eventually you just get tired of your knees hurt from standing up for 6 hours, walking around on concrete, you know what I mean? Listening to some stupid veterans.
Chanting.
Yeah, just listening to some veterans acting like they're really cool because they're throwing their badges back. Well, you already killed 100 people, so... Good job. That's impressive. Whatever. We should talk about that sometime. How I'm just not into the army. Just not into soldiers. Everybody, are we done? Are we done with Ferguson?
Yeah, I think I'm done with Ferguson.
I mean, yeah, I think it's obvious. Well, I know it was pushed by the media. What is your final take on the reason? Why do you think they're pushing this case in particular when there's 1,200 a year to choose from?
I don't know. It's hard for me to say. I do agree with what you said, which is that it can kind of be used to undermine everything. But I also think that maybe the people in Ferguson were mad enough that they got a little bit of momentum, and then it snowballed, and then it turned into a way to it's also drive a racial argument into things when, you know, people haven't had a lot of racial issues as of late. This is the biggest one in how long, you know?
Are you kidding? How much time did we spend on Trayvon fucking who cares?
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess we needed a new Trayvon.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But like I said, at the beginning, it wasn't reported as a racial issue at all.
Another case of two people that I just wasn't impressed by. And we have to spend 8 months talking about George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin. Blech.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, you know, I'm gonna stick with the fact that it's just they're gonna try to use it to turn anyone who is sort of on the fringe of this anti-police movement back into a drone, you know, and think that they don't really need to give a shit anymore.
Yeah.
So, whatever. What's next on the agenda?
We got stuff about really mean animals.
Oh, yeah. Fuck. That's true. You know what the meanest of all are, right?
Black bears.
Black bears? No.
No? Is it jellyfish?
No. Here, I'll give you a hint.
Has survived millions of years of evolution without change, without passion, and without logic. It lives to kill. A mindless eating machine. It will attack and devour anything. It is as if God created the devil and gave him jaws.
Did you know what that was?
Sharks.
Yep. Shark news. A shark is on sedatives after Russian zoo visitors knock on aquarium glass. This is how lame. Dude, this is how lame the shark news is in the winter. I can't wait for next summer when people in fucking Florida start getting eaten again. Kaliningrad, November 28th, a reef shark living in a zoo in Kaliningrad, Russia's exclave on the Baltic Sea, has suffered a stress disorder after visitors knocked on the glass of its aquarium, a zoo spokesperson said on Friday. Visitors who took a special interest in the 1.5-meter shark banged on the glass tank, making it rush around the enclosure, the spokesperson said. She said that the shark got its nose and eyes hurt and is being treated with antiseptics and sedatives. Zookeepers well, what a big bad animal. Wow. Knocked on the glass and you have to go to the fucking hospital. Zookeepers decided to close the aquarium until the shark's recovery. Reef sharks native to the Indian and Pacific Oceans can attain a length of up to 2 meters and seldom pose a danger to humans. Yep. Still, it's best to fucking knock them back from the glass if they come close. You don't know what's going to happen with them. And as we've seen lately with sharks coming up on land, and trying to attack people, you don't want to take any chances. We have some, myths about great whites. Did you see these? 10 myths debunked. Myth number 1, whites are man-eaters. How is this a fucking myth?
That's not a myth. That's a fact.
Hey, can we put some shark pictures up here, by the way, on our stream? Oh, that's fine. Put him up there. Fuck him. Whites rarely eat people and may find human flesh unpalatable. That's also a statement about cannibalism. Aren't most cannibals like darker tribes? Whites rarely eat people and may find human flesh unpalatable. I know we've had a few serial killers and shit, but I think aren't most modern cannibalistic tribes? They're darker. They're not white people. There's no fucking weird Caucasians up in the mountains eating people, are there?
Yeah.
Where?
I don't know. There's all sorts of those.
No, there's not. That hasn't happened since 1840.
Yeah, but it did happen.
No. Cannibals are dark skinned. Not only does it seem white sharks do not seek out human prey, there is some evidence they dislike the taste. We are not prey. We are in the way. This is the succinct summary of Christopher Neff. Blah 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 blah. This is obviously an article written by shark apologists to fucking contribute to the pro-shark agenda that's so clear in the media these days. Myth 2, culling stops shark attacks. Well, I don't know if it stops shark attacks, but it kills sharks, and that's A-okay with me. What do you think? Other than direct fishing of sharks, culling in Australia takes the form of either beach meshing programs or drum lines, effectively baited hooks hanging from buoys. Conservationists despise both because they are indiscriminate in the species they target, and most scientists do not think they reduce attacks. Drumlines were controversially used in Western Australia last summer and have been used in Queensland for decades. But leading researchers such as Professor Jessica Mewig in the University of Western Australia believe they actually put people at greater risk. Now,
No way. We reported on when they stopped the culling.
and there was attacks right away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And there was evidence, I don't have the article now, but there was evidence in the article that when they started the cull, attacks decreased. I don't know what the fuck this person is talking about, but
Yeah.
we literally learned something the exact opposite of this.
I know, and this is so typical, as I was saying. I'm not kidding. This fucking shark apologists have an anti-human, blame the humans agenda, and it just permeates a lot of these so-called factual articles. And this is from theguardian.com, by the way. Myth number 3: a fatal shark attack is astronomically unlikely. What?
That would mean
They
that
said
they're
that backwards.
fairly
Yeah, I
likely.
think. See, this writer's terrible. Getting taken by a great white or indeed any shark when you swim between the flags and close to shore in shallow water in the daytime is about as likely as being hit by a meteorite. The odds are infinitesimally low. Really? How many people were eaten by sharks last year and killed? Like at least 25.
Wait.
And how many people were hit by meteorites?
Read the next
None ever.
Read the
That's
next
answer.
sentence because I feel like this couldn't possibly be true.
No, see, this is a bullshit article. TheGuardian.com just throws anything up, apparently. What's the next sentence?
One person every 2 decades gets bitten by a shark close to shore in Perth, Australia.
No, that's bullshit.
We report on shark attacks
We
from
report
Perth
shark
all the
attacks
time.
every fucking week.
Perth is like
And
one of
most
the only
them, yeah.
places they come from.
Most of them are in Western Australia, and a lot of the fatal ones, yeah.
Oh, no, wait. Perth has the net.
Oh, that's where that net is.
That's what that is.
And they haven't, yeah, so
And
that's...
they don't get shark attacks, which proves that the net works.
Right. This person's a
fuck is
fucking
this?
idiot. That's right. That is where they have the fucking net across the whole bay, and they haven't had a single shark attack since like 1895 or some shit, right?
Yeah, it's been a long-ass
A
time.
really long time, and they used to have shark attacks all the time.
Yeah.
And people, that's what the funniest thing about people is. There's like places in the world where like, you know, there was that giant crocodile in Africa years ago that they caught, and they estimated it had eaten like 25 members of this village. But the
God.
people still, they go in the river. You know? Like, it's just, everyone's get whatever. We need to go.
Probably won't eat me.
We need to go in here.
Yeah.
You know.
What are we supposed to do?
How are we
go
going to
in
get
here?
clean if we don't wash with fucking 98-degree tepid mud? This is our only way of doing it. So what else does this article say? Myth number 4: great white attacks are becoming more common. Man, we are debunking the shit out of this article. Fuck you. Who wrote this? Let's
Some
take a look.
dick.
Some shark apologist faggot.
James Woodford.
James Woodford. Actually,
I'm James Woodford.
and
I
I'm
know
here
all
to
there is to know about sharks.
I'm here to inform you that many of the perceptions you've solidified about sharks might be grossly misinformed. I'm drunk on scotch, therefore my sentences are poorly constructed.
But during winter and spring, offshore diving and surf sports off the city appear to have similar risk, blah, blah, blah. All right. So a fatal shark attack is astronomically unlikely. That was number 3. And we know the support they use is where people have put a net in to stop sharks and kill them when they get fucking caught in it. That's how you stop shark attacks. All right.
And it works.
Numerous media reports and statements from politicians claim great white shark populations are surging. And we've covered that too. They're spawning closer to shore. This is fucking fact.
Yeah.
And this is their 4th myth. Great white shark attacks are becoming more common. So,
No, they're saying that these things tend to happen in clusters,
okay.
but I'll bet overall they've increased over time. I'm gonna find that.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we saw, it was like, I started out kind of joking this summer about how we were going to have a massive spike in shark attacks because a couple of marine biologists were reporting like massive spawning of great whites. And then we had several great white attacks in California and Florida. So it was definitely a real thing for those people. And Australia was the bad one this year. There was like 5 or 6 fatalities, I think.
Yeah, there were a lot.
Anyways, so this, they're saying the number of shark and human interactions have decreased steadily over the past 2 decades. You're going to check that out, right? I'm going to move on to number 5. Myth number 5. Cage diving is safe. See, this person doesn't even know how to write their own article. They're supposed to write like cage diving isn't safe. That should be the myth, you fucking moron. God, what an idiot. We have to send him our coverage of this article. Find that guy's email address.
All right.
Fucking idiot. We should get him on the show and actually harass him. Yeah, find this guy's email address. Let's get him on the show as a shark expert. Well, there are places in the world where divers are taking a swim with great whites. In Australia, the tourism industry based around the Neptune Islands off Port Lincoln in South Australia depends on the use of cages. Given the environment of South Ocean... And what is with these fucking cages, by the way? Why with the giant space in the cages? With the giant shark-sized space on one side? What is the deal? And how does the shark not figure it out? What is going on? And how did they know that would work? Who got in there first? Yeah.
But why would they leave it like that?
I'll jump in there with a cow's leg, test it out.
Yeah.
No, what? And there's like, I know that some of them are secure, but you see them where they just don't have a wall on the side. Why?
Or like a half wall.
Yeah, and the sharks always come to the front. They never go in the hole. They could stick their whole head in there and chew the guy up. Yeah. They could get in there, a shark could get in there and start twisting around and mangle the cage. You know?
And a lot of them, they have that gap there that if a shark got a hold of you, he could pull you through anyway.
Yeah.
And then they do things like stick their arm out. Look at that guy.
Son of a bitch. Look at the size of that shark compared to that guy.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yowza.
Why are you in there? How is that fun? God. I would be terrified the entire time. Scientists were diving from, in 2012, this author was with some scientists in the Fox Shark Research Foundation. He witnessed serious accidents that highlighted the fact that cage diving is not as safe and risk-free as many believe. Oh, so this guy did say it right. Cage diving is not safe, he's saying. He watched some people climb into the cage. It was lifted over the water, slowly winched down to the seafloor nearly 20 meters beneath the surface, and there were 4 large great whites circling the cage, nudging at the bars. After 30 minutes, the cage was winched up to the surface. Tying up alongside the ship, all 3 removed their mask and scuba regulators. As they prepared to clamber over to the ship's deck, there was a crack as the steel cable holding the cage snapped. Instantly, it plummeted back into the sea, taking the divers overboard. As the cage fell uncontrollably, end over end, all 3 had to scramble to find their regulators. Without air in their lungs, it was impossible to equalize their ears, which screamed with the pressure of such a rapid fall through the ocean. At a depth of about 15 meters, the cage stopped its free fall, held in place by a safety rope. For a few moments, the divers had to think about what to do next. 2 big great whites were swimming near the cage. With the clock ticking, Andrew decided to use one of the 2 remaining spare air supply tanks to inflate the parachute. The balloon inflated and brought the cage to the surface, but the moment it broke through into the air, it deflated, and the divers plunged through the sea once more, again damaging their ears. 3 more times, Andrew inflated the balloon, and 3 more times the same thing happened. Will swore his ears could not take another descent and ascent. Somehow the crew on the surface had to get a cable down or winch the cage up using a rope. No one wanted to be in a position where the divers would have to leave the cage and swim. Not knowing how much air the divers had, the skipper decided to lower the snapped cable. He attached the steel cable to a weight belt and looped it around the safety rope. He then let it slide down the cage, blah, 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 and they pulled him up. And they got them gently back up, but they were fucking in a bad spot there. So this guy's saying cage diving is not safe. You shouldn't do it, which is what I say. Now I gotta like this guy. Myth number 6, only rogue sharks attack. Christopher Neff is a social scientist who set about tracing the myth of rogue sharks. Neff argues that a Sydney surgeon, Sir Victor Coppelson, bears the most responsibility for the concept. And then it goes into this guy's whatever, but the guy that came up with that concept, and his analysis gave sharks human agency and moved them from unseen monster to the deep to a potentially more terrifying image as resident serial killers lurking in wait for human prey. So this Coppelson guy is responsible for a lot of the fear, I suppose. Think about the fact that sharks are ancient animals and have been on the planet for millions of years. They are extremely highly evolved to deal with their environment, and humans have only really been a big part of that environment since the 1960s. We are a very recent part of the seascape and a shark's environment. What is that supposed to mean? We've only been in the ocean since the 1960s? This doesn't sound true.
No,
This
that
article's
doesn't seem
the worst
right
thing
at
ever.
all.
All right, well, whatever. So they're saying that it's the rogue myth is just whatever, is bullshit, that there's these rogue sharks like the Jaws myth that get a taste for humans and they stop eating fish and they just look for people.
Yeah.
So he's saying that's not true. Great whites are primitive creatures. That's another myth, and I don't need to go into that because we know how
No, we
sophisticated
all
they
know,
are.
yeah.
Myth number 8, great whites are all alike with their fucking dead black beady eyes. Disgusting creeps. Individual sharks not only look very different, they seem to have different personalities too, this guy says. One of the most striking things you notice when you spend any time with white shark researchers is they often can instantly identify the sharks they are studying. Ugh. What are these people? What's wrong? These are like people that have centipedes as pets. Fucking creeps. If you lined up 50 border collies, they would look all the same. But if the owner of one was there, they would be able to pick their dog straight away. I don't buy that.
I do.
Sometimes I come home and I wonder if my cats are the same ones, or if new cats came in and replaced them. I can't tell.
You can develop I worked for a dog daycare. I could tell 50 dogs apart. I could tell 7 different golden retrievers apart and know which one was which.
I worked for a dog daycare, and I used to kick dogs a lot. I did. That was. They didn't even have like separate areas. There were just dogs running around in a huge room all day, and they would just start fighting, and you just start kicking them. That was basically
that's
the whole
what
thing.
we had that too, but we didn't. We just like poked them.
See, this was
and,
this was before they had video. That
we had a webcam. We had a live stream.
That's what they all have now. We were just alone in a room beating dogs. It was cool.
For minimum wage.
Yeah, it was fucking It was
I know.
$5.65 an hour, I think, when I was doing it. So what else we got? Shark on sedatives. We did that. A young boy was bitten. Okay. Aussie teen had a lucky escape after he suffered puncture wounds in his legs as a result of the attack while surfing on West Australian beach. This guy looks like he barely fucking got. Did you put the picture up on? There we go. Yeah, this guy looks like he just he just got kind of like thrown against a rock or something. That's like not even a bite wound. A brave young boy fought off a shark and then cycled home and made himself toast before telling anyone about it. Yeah, because he's not hurt. Cameron Pierman was attacked by the 2-meter shark while surfing with his 16-year-old cousin, or his cousin Sam James at Pyramids Beach, Australia. According to 9 News, unperturbed, the 13-year-old then rode the 2 kilometers back home and made some raisin toast before his dad demanded to take him to the hospital. Where are they? Australia?
Yeah, how old is this kid?
I've got to have my raisin toast, Dad. That was the worst thing I've ever done.
You were doing a good Australian accent earlier.
No. That's just I know a few words
Yeah.
that I can say right. That was horrible. I had some raisin toast. It was good. Dad was home. He didn't believe me when I casually said I got bitten by a shark. Well, it could happen. And of course, in Australia, it's like a common thing.
Yeah.
Spokesman added the bite had created 8 to 9 punctures, and there was a reasonable amount of blood, and that it could have been much worse. You're goddamn right. It's barely a fucking flesh wound there. This kid's lucky. What kind of shark?
Yeah.
A 2-meter shark? That's 6-foot fucking shark? Only left that much damage?
You must have just nicked him.
Dude, that shark was like on heroin or something. The worst shark I've ever seen in my life. That's all it fucking did? What a shitty shark. Wow. All right. Well, so that's it. That's it for the shark news. This fucking gay kid got bitten, and with his little Justin Bieber haircut and nice supple young lips. Let's take a break. What are we gonna do? A quick break? Because nobody here has to smoke today, so
we'll do a quick one.
Real quick. So, should I play some Charles Manson as always? We're going to play some Charles Manson for you. We'll be back in 2 minutes on the Sunday Evening Overdose. Thank you very much for checking us out.
Oh, garbage.
And we're back on the Sunday Evening Overdose. Thank you for sticking with us. We had a couple other animal attacks this week, right?
Yeah, we did.
We're not all about sharks.
No way.
Bears attack people.
Yeah, we got
Wolves
some
attack
weird bear
people.
stuff.
What else attacks people?
Snakes,
Oh, once in a while you get a deer.
deer, yeah.
Deer fights back.
Alligators,
Alligators do it.
crocodiles.
A lot of stuff attacks people. Holy shit. What is that
spiders.
picture you just put up? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Holy fucking
What is
Christ.
happening?
That's a bear attack? Oh. Yuck. Oh my god. Oh, we've got a new intern in the studio, Lolo, who you guys might remember from his famous interview where we reunited him with his biological father. He's decided to join the show, and he's manning the Ustream. We'll probably bring him on mic later and talk to him, but Lolo is here on his first day, doing a great job, doing all the visuals that you guys are checking out along with the show. So,
Yeah, this particular picture that's up right now is not super great. Not
no,
very
that's
pleased.
really the worst
Do we
thing
have
I've
a
ever
different
seen.
one? Can we,
That's-
I mean,
no, just leave
people
it.
are going to click on our channel and then they're immediately
No, that's
gonna click off.
how you
Okay.
get views.
All right.
That's good. This is real. This is the reality of a bear attack. So, that's not a photo from one of these stories, though, is it? That's
No.
just a cool photo. Okay, I'm glad we have it, though. All right, so we got a couple of bear attacks, right? We had an aggressive bear attacks and kills a woman's goat and donkey. Connellsville. What is this? KDKA? Oh, that's fucking. That's not a place. Connellsville is the place. What is this? Alaska? Bear sightings are not uncommon this time of year, but one in Fayette County. Where's Fayette County? Fayette. I think that's Alaska.
Yeah, I
The
think
bear
so.
in this case killed 2 family pets. Rosie Striner says the black bear that came into her property in Connellsville was very aggressive. He was a very big bear, very tall, Striner said. On Monday morning, she spotted the bear in her backyard. My little granddaughter's pets, she said. Sparky was a miniature donkey about 7 months old. She says he was going to be in a nativity scene next month. They should still put him in it. Annie was a goat. They were inside a fence when the bear mauled them. That would be great. We've still got the pony. Or whatever it is. Fucking donkey.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, it's in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. This must be very rural Pennsylvania, I guess.
Yeah.
We've had other attacks in Fayette. I remember saying that county before. He was in them woods. That's what she says. He was in them woods and he wouldn't leave. She says he was headed towards her house, so she called her daughter and nephew, and they shot him. He was a little tough to put down. Striner suspects there are mud marks from the bear trying to get into her garage. There's feed in there, and he probably scented that. I don't know when they're talking about he was in the woods and wouldn't leave. If they're talking, did they shoot the bear or the donkey? Whatever it was.
I don't
the
know.
Pennsylvania Game Commission came to the scene to take the bear away. Oh, okay, they shot the bear. They say it appears an attempted poaching took place before this incident because the bear had an arrow in its chest. Stupid bears. Officials say the injury looks like it took place before archery season earlier this month, and that the wound likely caused the bear to lose weight, making him more aggressive and hungry. Poor bear. This is why Striner's pets were likely a target. God damn, man. So a bear eats and that's like a donkey's like as big as a bear. That's like you attacking like a lemur and eating it, like what's your own size? What is even a lemur?
I think a
Like,
lemur is smaller.
you could attack like an ostrich and eat it.
It's
you know?
like an average,
Like-
maybe like a small kangaroo.
A kangaroo, yeah, a
Wallaby.
person.
I'm probably
that's
about
like
the size of
just
a
a person
wallaby.
just savagely biting a kangaroo in the fucking neck.
Yeah.
And is kicking it in the stomach until it's dead. Biting, ripping, kicking. That's what a bear is doing. It's just savagely attacking something its own size and just mauling the fuck out of it. Can you imagine that?
No.
Holy shit.
I don't
you know?
want to.
That is insane. So you had that attack. We had another bear attack this week. And the guy who was getting attacked took fucking photos of the bear as it was attacking him. Can this be real?
Yeah, it
Could
didn't
it be?
the attack
In New
didn't
Jersey
happen
again.
week.
This is like the third attack in New Jersey this year.
Yeah, this was from September, but they just released the photos.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
West Milford, New Jersey. We may have even covered this attack already then, but we didn't know
Yeah, we
about the
might have.
photos, huh? A New Jersey hiker was killed by a bear in September, just dropped everything I owned, and took a series of photos of the animal with his cell phone before it mauled him to death. Police in West Milford have released 5 photos taken by 22-year-old Darsh Patel before he was killed by the 300-pound black bear while hiking with 4 friends. By the way, if you're new to the show, go to the Sunday Evening Overdose on Facebook. We post all this shit as we go along, and you can keep up with what we're talking about and check these photos out. And let's see. The photos were released after an NJCOM filed an open records request. Who knows what that means? West Milford Police and the State Environmental Protection Department said last month that the bear did not seem interested in food and exhibited stalking-type behavior. So, what are these photos? Did you check them out or what?
Yeah, they're not as interesting as you'd think they are, but...
What are they?
It's just this...
I can't seem to pick them up here. That's one. It's just the bear running at him.
Yeah.
So what is this guy
climbing
fucking
over
doing?
a log. Who the fuck? I mean, taking pictures of the bear. I guess.
Is that how voyeuristic we've now? You're like voyeuristic with yourself. Like the guy's sitting there like with his camera, like, dude, this guy's totally about to get eaten by this bear. I'm gonna get this shit, dude, for real. I'm gonna upload this. I'm live streaming straight to YouTube. Fuck yeah. Ah!
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Just, sitting there. He's got his like new iPhone playing around with the camera, and yeah, he's just completely in La La Land, just looking at this bear coming up.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
holy shit, look how clear the picture is.
I'm about to get some really good footage here, and all of a sudden it's just this guy. And this guy. Wait, where's the other guy? Whatever. Fuck, I thought I had a longer guy screaming.
Well,
that's
black bears are so vicious, that's probably only about as long as he would have been able to scream anyway.
Well, black bears, it's like, that's the rule. If you fucking see them, you're done. You're supposed to make noise. You're supposed to keep them away from you. This guy walked too close to something. He's right now didn't realize it. He's between this fucking
maybe he
mom
just knew
and the
it.
cubs or whatever, and he's fucking done for.
Maybe that's why he took the pictures, because he was just like, what the hell am I supposed to do?
So his name's Darsh Patel. And maybe he's just not from a place with bears. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wait, somebody just messaged us.
But then what was he doing in a place with bears?
I don't know. I mean, he sounds Indian, right? What's Patel?
Yeah.
Is that Indian? All right, so they don't have bears there, do they?
No, but how did he end up in a place with bears without knowing what bears were?
Well, I mean, what do you mean? You're just a tourist. You're going around. I mean, nobody tells you. I've been camping in bear country. Nobody fucking, you know that shit on your own. They don't come around and tell you, hey, watch out. Well, actually, they'll just give you like a quick, like, oh, don't leave your food out kind of speech, But like, they don't. I mean, you're on your own. You go out deep in the fucking on the Appalachian Trail where there's bears and shit. It's no guarantees.
Now, and what happened with the 4 friends?
I don't know. Well, I mean, really, how many people does the bear want to eat? If this guy was just a little bit faster than his other 4 friends, that's all he had to do, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we have a commercial for the Army butting in. This is a weird.
They must have heard you say Army earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. Join the murder squad. Fucking make just enough money and get like a little bit off college and be riddled with guilt and fucking weird PTSD for the rest of your life, all for no fucking reason, to protect the interests of corporations that buy and sell this country. Yeah, be a soldier. Fucking faggot. Go do it. So that's it with the bears. What else we got? We just make fun of everything that advertises on our show, by the way. That's the gag. If you see a commercial, call us up. Oh, should we give out the Oh, shit. We had a missed call.
Whoops.
Fuck. I was looking at the Facebook messages. I don't know. If you want to call the show, 630-599-7827. 630-599-7827. Whoever called can call back if they want. I fucking missed that. Sorry. Or get us in touch with us online, whatever, you assholes. All right, what do we got next?
UFOs.
Where are we going? UFOs? Oh, shit.
Shit. Oh, man. we're gonna talk about space.
Going to space. I forgot to play the. You know what? I forgot to play the fucking UFO intro music.
All right, come on.
The Earthling will be mad if I don't. Hang on. Fuck you. Why I don't have it? Oh yeah, I do. Here we go.
UFOs. Look, up in the sky. We've seen them in this city. UFO.
Oh, somebody's calling. This might be the same person. I'm gonna bring it back on.
Mysterious red lights.
Mysterious lights in
Hold
the
on.
sky. UFO. I assumed they were planes.
UFO. We've got 4 different videos.
UFOs. We're going to UFO news, so I hope this caller wants to talk about UFOs. Hello, who is this?
Hello, this is, my name is John. I'm calling from Australia.
This is not an Australian accent.
It's fucking Australian shit.
Debunked.
And what is it that you'd like to say?
About UFOs?
Yeah.
They're the best. We're talking about UFOs now?
Oh, it's Steve. Okay. Did you just call a minute ago?
No.
Well, we missed somebody's call. All right. So, what do you got for us?
About UFOs?
Yes, about UFOs. It's the UFO news. Fucking Christ.
We're on UFOs?
Yeah. What are you showing off
What
with?
about UFOs?
You showing off with some broads that you're calling a radio show? Is that what's going on?
What did you say?
Who are those giggling broads?
Ross? No, we're talking about UFOs.
All right, whatever. What do you got? What do you got? You want to listen in on the UFO stories? Is that what you want? Here we go.
Yeah, fine.
Let's do the first one. A UFO engulfs Washington witness in white light. Witness reported watching a disc-shaped UFO hovering under 500 feet and just 1,500 feet away that was first noticed when the subject projected a light into the ground level, according to the testimony in case 61695 from the MUFON reporting database. The events unfolded at about 6:55 p.m. on November 25th, 2014, when the witnesses went outside, or witness singular, went outside with a flashlight to check a nearby creek level, as there were flood warnings in the area. I already hate this person. It's so bored in their house. I'm going to go out and check the creek level. It was very quiet with the sounds of the creek water coming to me, the witness stated. Looking south, I was moving my flashlight from side to side, trying to see the water on the fields more clearly, when suddenly a very bright light from the southwesterly sky was upon me. When the ground light was turned off, the UFO was still completely lit for a few seconds. The witness was suddenly bathed in white light and could see the colors of his jacket, shirt, and even his own right hand holding the flashlight out in front of me. The witness looked up to see where the source of the light was coming from. In a field about 1,500 feet away from where I was, says the witness, below the clouds, hovering in the air soundlessly, was a round object with the bottom pointing toward me, so it appeared elliptical. The witness described the object. The edges were softly rounded, kind of like a thin inner tube, and except for the edge of the object, the entire bottom was lit up. Blah, blah, blah. It's a big fucking UFO. Then half a second later, the entire object blinked out, leaving me in darkness except for my flashlight that was still on. Dazed, I looked around in the night. He looked around again, wondering where the object was, and then looked to the north and heard a muffled boom. There was an extremely brilliant blue light lit up the entire sky from one side of the valley to the other. Oh, we bored our caller off the line. The witness described a series of events that occurred. It appeared as if the mill's lights were briefly turned off during that moment of blue light, and then afterward the mill's lights appeared again as normal and as if nothing had happened. So, blah, blah, that's what he's talking about it compared to them fucking lights on some stupid mill. Yeah, mills. Who needs them? Washington has a current UFO alert rating of 5. With a low number of recent reports... That's just so hilarious. With a low number of reports calculated at 1.74 sightings per million population. The UFO alert rating system is based on 5 levels, 1 through 5, where states with 4.01 or higher reports per million residents are rated on an alert. So that's how they do it. It's reports per million residents. And they're currently at a 5. What do you got?
I have to go let David Box in because it is locked.
Oh,
He's
David
cold.
Box is coming in the studio. Friend of the show. All right, well, we're going to go to the next fucking thing. UFO sighting platform like UFO witnessed hovering near Arkansas nuclear plant for 2 hours. Let me check it. We got a video of this. And I'm going to pull this up while we get our people back in the studio here. Let's see. Pulling up this video. And we've got somebody videotaping a nuclear power plant here. Their real-time sighting. Yeah, and we've got some weird fucking craft just hovering around. Look at that. I want you to come take a look at this. Hi, David Box. Sit down. Stop being a dick. All right, look at this.
All right, I'm looking. Whoa.
So we've got like a weird craft flying around above this nuclear plant, and it definitely looks like some like diamond-shaped kind of dealy.
Yeah.
Copper-colored diamond-shaped craft just kind of flying around above this plant. And these guys filming it with their phone.
Yeah, it looks really like hovery. It doesn't look like it's
That's creepy.
like moving super fast in any direction, right?
So that's in Veracruz, Mexico. The nuclear plant sighting. Checking that out. That is definitely a cool sighting. Flipping around. Definitely a solid object, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good daytime sighting. That's always nice.
Yeah.
Some weird fucking hovering craft. So yeah, we had that. We had NASA secretly in contact with aliens. Alleged ex-employees' revelation fuels the UFO conspiracy. You have anything on this? In a recent development that could easily be part of a Men in Black movie, a woman claiming to be a former NASA employee revealed that she saw humans on Mars in 1979. And this is from the ibtimes.co.uk. In a recent development that could easily be part of a Men in Black movie, a woman claiming to be, I said that. According to a Yahoo News report, the woman called Jackie called into an American radio station, Coast to Coast AM, with the claim, which reignited gossip over a secret space program kept from the general public. Jackie claims to have seen spacesuited humans via a live video feed from Mars, but apparently the information was covered up by NASA bosses. Jackie claimed to have been part of a downstairs team working on a downlink telemetry from the Viking lander, the first vehicle to back images from the surface of I assume that's supposed to say bring back images from or whatever from the surface of Mars. I wonder if you could solve a 27-year-old mystery for me, she asked the presenter. The old Viking, what do you guys want?
Can we turn this?
Yeah, sure. The old Viking rover was running around. Then I saw two men in spacesuits, not the bulky suits we normally used, but they looked protective. They came over the horizon walking to the Viking Explorer. As per Jackie, she, along with 6 others, rushed to the main NASA office to report what they had witnessed, only to have the door shut in their faces. We ran upstairs, but they locked the door and taped paper over the door so we couldn't see. My question is, were they our guys? Wow. So that's a pretty extraordinary claim. Can you find anything out about this bitch or what? Jackie bitch.
Jackie bitch.
None of the other employees who were allegedly with Jackie when she spotted the aliens have corroborated this story, but UFO sites have joined it with other reports of a secret space program, which began when humans landed on Mars in 1968, they say. Well, I am definitely of the mind that we probably don't know nearly the extent of the fucking space exploration and the technology that we've developed, and that our government has funded. So I don't know. Do we buy that it's possible to get people on Mars yet? I really don't fucking know enough about the science. Conspiracy theorists believe that this is this is being kept from the ordinary public for various sinister reasons, and that NASA and other governments are covertly in contact with aliens, states the Yahoo report. In 2005, a contact called Anonymous, who said they worked for the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency, started sending information about an extraordinary alien exchange program called Project Serpo. Basing his claims on a 3,000-page document written in the late 70s, he boldly claimed that 6 aliens were recovered from the Roswell crash. This comes up time and time again. A lot of people make that claim. That's pretty standard fucking standard lore. So what can you find out about this bitch? Anything?
I know nothing different from what you've said so
It's
far.
just the one report.
Yeah, and it's not a real name or anything, you know.
So it's pretty much just an uncorroborated piece of shit, right? And you know, like Coast of Coast doesn't give a shit. They'll just put anything on. Did you guys listen to Coast to Coast?
No.
How could you not? Are you serious? Wow, that's insane. Yeah, they don't care though. They'll just put on any old person. What?
Here's a video of something. It says NASA worker sees men walk over to Viking lander. And it says the video feed from the Viking lander was cut shortly after the eerie creatures appeared on her screen. I wonder if this is actually a video of that.
Yeah, check that out.
Watch it.
Find out. Yeah, because I mean these claims come up all the time. David Box is joining us in the studio. What's going on, David?
Hey, not a whole lot.
What do you think of this bitch?
It sounds like a bitch.
Jackie bitch.
Jackie
she saw people on Mars.
Wasn't there a segment last week about a dude on a four-wheeler on Mars or some shit like that?
Yeah, but that looked really stupid too.
Yeah.
A lot of times the police, I mean not the police, the UFO and space news is stupid, you know. That's how it is. This lady though could not, I mean, apparently sounded convincing enough to get on, like, it's a huge radio show, you know, Coast to Coast. I mean, they're not necessarily fucking really careful with vetting their guests ahead of time, and a lot of their guests have been thoroughly debunked, but, you know.
They got to fill the programming.
Who knows? We have to fill time on our show, too.
Yeah.
That's why we're fucking doing it. Aliens will destroy Earth in a nuclear attack because we're too noisy, claims a physicist. Rowdy inhabitants of Mars were blasted to smithereens by an intelligent alien race, according to Dr. John Brandenburg. Humans on Earth's face being wiped out because we're too noisy, just like Martians who were destroyed by a huge nuclear explosion. Now, this is a possibility, according to plasma physicist John Brandenburg, who believes rowdy inhabitants of Mars. Why did they just repeat this? God damn it! I'm reading it like an idiot. He says it's possible the Mars attack came from a force hostile to young, noisy civilizations such as ourselves. Now, this is an old theory. You guys have heard this before, that there was a civilization on Mars, and it was, this is popular in sci-fi, that there was a human-like civilization, and it was bombed for its fucking transgressions against nature or something.
Yeah.
What do you got for us? What were you about to say? Anything?
Oh, no. I was just listening to you.
The theory, which was heard at the meeting of the American Physical Society in Illinois on Saturday, is based on the high concentration of xenon-129 in its atmosphere. Dr. Brandenburg also points to uranium and thorium on the surface spotted by NASA's Mars Odyssey spacecraft. Although these are natural materials found everywhere, he is adamant their presence is the result of a thermonuclear explosion that destroyed the Martians. He says Mars once had a climate similar to the one on Earth and was home to plant and animal life. Intelligent life would have been about as advanced as the ancient Egyptians. Writing in the abstract, Brandenburg warned of the chances of a similar attack on our own planet and suggested we travel to Mars for research purposes. Now, this is the ancient Egypt thing forever. You've seen, like, pyramids and shit on Mars, you know. The face. The face almost looks like it has, like, a King Tut style fucking, like, headdress kind of thing or whatever those things are called. That connection is made constantly. So I wonder if this guy is just buying into that.
Wait, he's saying that aliens destroyed Mars because Mars was noisy?
Yeah.
Noisy, what does that mean?
Well, I've been waiting for someone to ask.
He doesn't mean loud.
I think it just must be a substitute for, dangerous in a nuclear way or something.
I wonder what that's about, because it's like you're fucking up your planet, so we're going to destroy it.
Well, that's the common theme in sci-fi for fucking 100 years, is that, like, that Earth could be destroyed because we tested nuclear devices on our own planet, and a really advanced civilization would never do that, and, we're just leading to our own destruction. I mean, that's a pretty popular theory. I don't know. What do you know about this guy? Are you still working on the other lady or what?
Yeah, I was trying to find the other lady, but...
Well, Well,
I guess my question is if we're so close to blowing ourselves up, why would an alien species look at us and be like, they're so close to being all nuclear and blowing themselves up, we better blow them up just to stop them from blowing themselves up?
That's a good point. That was a pretty stupid fucking theory, huh?
Well, like, does that mean that the people of Mars became a threat to other planets or other...
Maybe it means they need to destroy you before you get off your own planet with your destructive ways, you know?
Yeah. Maybe by too noisy, they mean, like, just chaotic to sending off vibrations of destruction into the universe kind of thing.
It sounds like a domestic dispute. Like, you've got a small group of people that are pissed off at the masses on Mars, and they're like, you know what? We're jumping ship and hopping over to the next planet.
Yeah.
Just fry these suckers on our way out.
So this guy's the real deal. He's a plasma physicist at Orbital Technologies in Madison. Put him down on our future guests. Let's try to get this guy. He's probably not out of reach, right?
Yeah.
John E. Brandenburg, a plasma physicist at Orbital Technologies in Madison, Wisconsin, working on space plasma technologies and space propulsion. He also performed research on the MET, microwave electrothermal plasma thruster for space propulsion, rocket plume regolith interactions, and on the moon and Mars. This guy's pretty fucking... He seems like the real deal. I mean, I wouldn't just immediately dismiss anything he says. It's pretty fucking interesting, that's for sure, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
He's not far from home either.
So he's dissecting all the stuff on the surface of Mars and saying, no, there was nuclear explosions here. And I would assume noisy, is like we said, means, like you've got the potential to be outwardly harmful to other planets or something.
Such a poor choice of words, though.
He must have thought it would be a sensational way to say it.
Yeah.
That's So we got another video, angel hair from a UFO or spiderweb clump. Mysterious object falls from the sky in Portugal. And this is from IB Times as well. Is that a good website? We get a lot of shit from that. Is that just like
They're
a fucking...
good to us.
Yeah. So UFO in Portugal. Let's check this fucking thing out. And we got another home video here. That's a strange object there. Yeah, but I don't know. This looks like some floating piece of garbage or some shit. Doesn't it? Like, what is
it
that?
Doesn't look very far away.
No, it doesn't. And it doesn't really look that impressive. It's like, that's a shitty video. Why is that in here? God damn it. That's just some fucking...
It's like a piece of string.
Yeah, it's some giant fucking floating plastic shit. Whatever. Some fucking thin plastic. Debunked. Done with that shit. That's the UFO Portugal fucking angel hair falling from the sky. That was bullshit. Clearly. Was that it for UFOs?
Yes. Yeah, that's everything I had.
All right. So what do we got? Let's see. Oh, I know what we got. We got to tell everybody again our phone number and shit because people are rotating in and out all the time. Give everybody all our contact infos.
All of our contact infos. Find us on Facebook, The Sunday Evening Overdose. Call us at 630-599-RUBS. 630-599...
RUBS. Rubs.
Rubs. 630-599-7827. You can contact us on our social stream on Ustream, which you're probably looking at right now. Or email us at sundayeveningoverdose@gmail.com.
All right.
Come on and join in.
Let's go to the ghost level.
Ghost level.
Time for the ghost level. Resurrection Mary is America's most famous vanishing hitchhiker. Why do we have this article? Everyone knows that. Chicago's Resurrection Mary is one of the most famous vanishing hitchhikers. Well, probably ever. She's been scaring the crap out of the motorists on Archer Avenue since the 1930s, and with her consistent appearances, she shows up with no sign of slowing down. According to the legend, Mary is the spirit of the teenage girl who, after getting into a fight with her boyfriend, decided to walk home from the O. Henry Ballroom, now known as the Willowbrook Ballroom and Banquets, late one night. After less than a mile, Mary is struck and killed in a hit-and-run by a driver who flees the scene and is never found. Distraught, Mary's parents lay her body to rest in Resurrection Cemetery, wearing the same outfit she wore the night of the dance. The end. Kind of. Whoa. Since 1939, people leaving the Willowbrook Ballroom and Banquets have reported seeing a woman in a white dress standing on the side of the road. Whenever she's picked up by a passing motorist, the quiet girl says nothing the entire ride until the car passes the Resurrection Cemetery and she promptly disappears into thin air. Although I heard there hasn't been a report of this since like 1981. Did you know that?
Yeah, I'm going to look up the last one.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's reported this since like 81. A couple miles up Archer, she jumped with a start like a horse and said, Here. I hit the brakes. This is a personal account. I looked around and didn't see no kind of house. Where? I said. And then she sticks out her arm and points across the road to my left and says, There. And that's when it happened. I looked to my left like this at this little shack, and when I turned, she was gone, vanished. And the car door never opened. May the good Lord strike me dead, it never opened. That was Bill Geist. If I remember right, he was a cab driver, I think, in the 80s. Sometimes men will meet Mary at a local dance, and then when they offer her a ride home, she'll accept. Only once the car passes the cemetery, she pulls the usual disappearing act. There are plenty of variations of the vanishing hitchhiker story, though they all end the same way. Mary disappearing into thin air. And we have some video on this, but is it anything that we need to play? Did anybody check it out or no?
I'm sure we don't need to play it.
No. Okay.
The last reported sighting was 1979.
Oh, 79. Okay.
Yeah.
And it was a cab driver, right?
Yeah, Bill Geist.
That's the guy.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I know my local ghost history.
Yeah.
So we have a cool video though. I put this up on the Facebook if you guys want to check this out on our Facebook page. A ghost has been caught on camera running around a football stadium during an ongoing match. The YouTube video of the ghost shows the figure of what appears to be a young man who can clearly be seen jogging around the perimeter of a football field in Argentina. The video was taken during a recent clash between some stupid teams, and it was reported by the Deccan Chronicle. Deccan Chronicle. What the fuck is that? Who knows?
Who knows?
You want to check this out? Here's the ghost running alongside the video. David Box is actually a video professional. Now, what do you think of that? Does that look fake or does that look weirdly real to you?
It's hard to say.
That could easily be done with just layering some image in there, right? Like
some compositing. This first one does
looks like there's
look
like glitching going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks pretty fake.
Is there anything else? Let's see.
Yeah, did you find anything out? Has this been thoroughly debunked yet or no?
No, not thoroughly.
No. I don't know. It is pretty cool looking though.
Yeah.
There is definitely a ghostly figure running around.
Yeah.
That would be a weird video for someone to make too, you know?
Yeah, like
why would you fake that? Like that would be a weird thing, just a weird idea for someone to fake, you know?
It's pretty good motion tracking.
Yeah.
If they did fake it.
If it is fake, it looks pretty fucking real, like the way his feet hit the ground and everything. And yeah, definitely pretty cool. But they could have just taken some photo. But see, it wasn't a still shot either, so it would have been really hard to do actually, because they were like zooming in while it was doing it. Yeah,
it would have taken a lot of time. It seemed like if it is a composite with motion tracking, it's pretty tight, but it's still doable. The thing that throws me off is the color. It seems to have this opaque grayness to it, and it just doesn't seem...
It doesn't really look like a ghost.
Yeah.
How do you know what a ghost looks like?
Well, you know, because I have a feeling.
Yeah, whatever. Ghost guy at the track in Argentina. You can check that video out for yourselves.
Maybe we could try and make our own version of that and...
Yeah, see
do
how
a
hard
compare
it
and
is.
contrast next time.
Yeah, we can check it out. So I guess that's it for Ghost now, huh?
Yep.
This is bullshit.
Not very good ghost. Damn it.
Police again. Fucking police are here. All right, well, you know what that means? It's time for the police All right. Ohio cop kidnaps child from mother. Police refuse to file a report. Kaylin Smith's child was taken from her against her will, and the police refused to do anything about it. No. Child Protective Services did not take her daughter away. In spite of the kidnapping, Warren, Ohio officers refused to file a report or help the child's mother get her daughter back. Why would police officers be so cold and callous to a mother's pleas? Because the person who abducted the child is a police officer. Officer Denise Francos Montgomery is the child's grandmother. Kaylin's stepfather, Denise's husband, Keith Montgomery, is a notary public. Together, the grandparents walked into Smith's house uninvited, physically restrained Kaylin while they took her 11-month-old daughter. What's her name? Fucking Bella. After they left, Kaylin called the Warren, Ohio Police Department, but the dispatcher simply hung up on her as soon as she gave them her name. They knew all about what Denise had planned. So, yeah, some more mob action by a local police department.
Damn.
For 2 weeks, she tried to get in contact with someone who could help, but everyone she contacted in law enforcement knew her mother and refused to help. Denise further told Kaylin to sign a temporary custody paper, saying that if she didn't sign it and then and there, she would make sure the state took her daughter and she would never see her again. Denise then gave the Warren, Ohio court the wrong address for her daughter, so that she never knew a custody hearing had even been scheduled. Holy shit.
That's
and then what do you do? Because it's all done officially and legally.
Wait, but
Is that legal?
Here's the fucking...
They can do whatever. I mean, but...
On paper.
Yeah.
They had the notary. Her husband was a notary, and he had notarized the papers so that they were done, like, super-duper officially. But the fucking weirdest part about it is that this police officer lost custody of her daughter when the daughter was 12 years old. So legally... That's not even her grandchild.
Oh,
Legally,
wow.
they're not even related.
What a bunch of stupid fucking rednecks. Holy shit. And you know, this is some shithole, Warren, Ohio.
Yeah.
You know?
Does it make any mention of why they wanted to take the kid?
No.
None at all?
No,
I mean,
nothing.
I would guarantee you the mother is probably doing something wrong, too, you know? And they're like, oh, she's a drunk or whatever, but they don't have the right to fucking do that. Let's see. Denise further told Kaylin to sign a temporary custody paper, saying that if she didn't sign it then and there, she would make sure the state took her daughter and would never see her again. They gave her the wrong address. Judge Rentilla presided over the case, in spite of the fact that she is a close and personal friend of Denise, the kidnapper.
Oh, yeah, how inconvenient for the two of them to have to work so closely together despite being friends.
Well, no, they're saying, like, despite the obvious conflict of interest. So many Kaylin is... Let's see. As for those temporary custody papers Kaylin signed, they were notarized by Denise's husband, as you said. So many Kaylin is too many. So, you know, these articles just leave words out. So too many. Kaylin is just a horrible mother, and Denise is grandmother of the year, right? Wrong. Back when Kaylin was 12, Denise actually gave up all parental rights to her daughter and never received them back. Yeah. What a fucking cunt.
Damn.
Yeah.
What a piece of shit. So you can call them, let's see. If you want to help bring attention to this case, call the Trumbull County, Warren, Ohio Job and Family Services 330-675-2000. 330-675-2000 and let them know the facts of this literal kidnapping. Do you guys ever call the fucking numbers of the police stations and shit when they tell you to do that? I've done it a couple times, and I just feel like an idiot.
Yeah.
Like, they answer, they're like, yeah, okay, another one of you, great. You know, like,
Yeah.
all right, well, just want you to know I don't appreciate beating people up.
Yeah.
All right.
You better quit it.
Well,
yeah.
You know,
see
that's
what
how
we
I
can
felt.
do.
I was very regularly calling companies when I was on my GMO crusade.
Yeah.
I was calling companies and saying the same thing to everybody and then saying, can I please speak to your supervisor, until they wouldn't let me get any higher, until suddenly everybody was in a meeting,
Right.
you know, and then I would say, okay, I'll call back. And then I would never call back. But
No, because it's just fucking annoying.
yeah.
All right, so we got a road rage deputy going nuts, pulling out his gun and shooting an innocent woman in the head while driving. In Texas, an innocent woman has been shot in the head after reports say a driver with road rage opened fire on her. The driver, Deputy Kenneth Kaplan, is being charged for the shooting. The shooting took place in southwest Houston when the woman was driving on the 610 South Loop during rush hour. The woman was startled when Deputy Kaplan maneuvered his vehicle so as to cut her off. Presumably, he thought that he owned the road.
Oh.
When she was cut off, the woman honked her horn at Deputy Kaplan. She then accelerated to pass Deputy Kaplan. Once she passed him, she thought that the incident was over and she could drive peacefully again. What she didn't know is that Deputy Kaplan was speeding up again alongside her, and this time he had his gun out. Once he was parallel to her car, he rolled down his window, aimed his gun at her head, and pulled the trigger. What the fuck? Because she went around him in traffic.
Yeah, and he took the time to roll down his window, too. I'm going to shoot this woman in the head, but I'm going to roll down my window
He
first.
just fucking killed her. See, nobody would do this if they didn't feel completely above the law, right?
Yeah.
Nobody would do this if they didn't just feel completely fucking invincible.
I think she survived.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
The woman leaned back her head and miraculously avoided death because she leaned back in a split second. Deputy Kaplan's bullet grazed her head instead of penetrating her skull. This case is 1 in a million. I don't ever see this, said a doctor at Memorial Hermann Hospital, commenting on how lucky the woman is to be alive. With a second chance at life, the woman is using her energy to fight for justice and speak out against Deputy Kaplan. He tried to kill me, she said, adding, I'm worried that since he's a cop, they're going to let him off easy. They're definitely going to let him off easy.
Yeah.
Her worries seem to be justified since Deputy Kaplan has been charged only with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. You know what would happen if you did that to a cop? You'd even if he survived, you'd be charged with murder somehow.
Yeah,
you know,
and you would get the death penalty.
Attempted murder.
Get the death. Can you get the death penalty for attempted murder on like a police officer? You probably can.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
In Texas.
Pieces of shit.
Yeah, in Texas,
So,
for sure.
was he off? It seems like he was off duty when this whole thing went down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he was in his own car.
100%. Yeah.
Right. The worst fucking people are cops, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
and look at, did you see the picture of this guy? Look at him. Like,
oh,
really?
yeah.
What does he look like?
Total doucher.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
fucking balding, pasty, overweight, pear-shaped, fucking no chin, fucking dumbass looking piece of shit. And a scrunchy face, big nose, fucking
Sunken
thin lips,
brow,
shiny
piece
fucking
of
forehead. Yeah, really. Like this, ugh,
Goddamn Neanderthal.
disgusting.
He's like the worst cartoon drawing of the most incompetent police officer you've ever seen.
Yeah. He looks more like a serial killer, really.
Yeah, he has the serial killer glasses.
He does. And I
Yeah.
want to come back to that because I've watched like 85,000 serial killer documentaries this week. I just got creepy and obsessed. And only part of it is because I'm kind of thinking about becoming a serial killer. But that's only part of it. I am also kind of interested in them. And there is a look that they have, you know? And not everyone who has that look is a serial killer, but almost every serial killer has that look of like the detached, like that guy, like that, like his eyes are like a little too close together and he just like looks like he doesn't fucking belong here, you know, just that just creepy kind of detached look. And a lot of cops have that, man. A lot of cops have that look.
Looked like the sun was in his eyes.
Yeah, just all
Don't
the time.
make excuses for him.
No, that's just what he looks like all the time. There's a cop caught on video groping a restrained woman's breasts and genitals, woman cries. A video has surfaced online showing an LAPD officer literally groping and fondling a handcuffed woman's breasts and genitals. The incident took place when residents of Los Angeles gathered and protested against police on Saturday night. Police often use what is called a snatch and grab maneuver on protesters. And then this officer actually developed his own grab a snatch maneuver that he wanted to try out. This occurs. I should have just did that. I should have just done that joke at first. Sorry. This occurs when a group of officers targets a random protesters from among the crowd and then swarms in, grabs the protesters, and places him or her under arrest in front of everybody. Officers often pick the most peaceful protester as a target of snatch and grabs. And I've seen this fucking happen, by the way. I've seen a group of 5 cops just run up and grab a random person and arrest them. I've seen like a group of they were from Occupy Seattle, and they came fucking running up and just grabbed one fucking dude out of all this group of like 20 dudes and just took him away, swept him into a car, vroom, took off, gone. Everybody's standing there like, holy shit. So I don't know how often that fucking happens, but I've definitely seen it with my own eyes, and that's.
We saw something similar during the streaming of the protests after the Ferguson verdict.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we did.
And what was that?
It was the exact same thing. It was just, it was actually really weird because it was just out of frame, the guy that they were taking, but like it was real calm and organized. Like a dozen riot cops marched up in 2 lines and surrounded this guy and grabbed onto him and took him.
Yeah.
And took him just like behind the line. It was just one guy out of the crowd, but we don't know what he was doing.
Let's, we got a caller on the line. Let me bring him on real quick. Might have a comment on the police. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
You got you?
Hello.
Hello.
Are you there?
Your caller number 2. Caller.
Was this an accidental? It was
Caller.
Tickets.
Caller. We're on a time schedule here. It's clock time.
Clock time.
We're
I
on
understand. What? Can you hear me, dude?
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
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 I'm gonna call back, man.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Caller number 2.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Caller number 2.
Hello.
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 Can you hold on a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Charges dropped for a cop who fatally shot a sleeping 7-year-old girl. In all of the melee resulting from the shooting of Michael Brown by Officer Darren Wilson, the media has overlooked a number of other very important shootings of unarmed civilians by police officers. One of the most egregious offenses is that Officer Joseph Weekly's fatal shooting of a 7-year-old of Ayanna Stanley Jones. Officer Weekly recently saw a manslaughter charge dropped against him for shooting the 7-year-old while she fucking slept. The Detroit police officer had been on trial for involuntary manslaughter and who was shot and killed during a fucking whatever. This sentence doesn't make sense. We get a lot of weird edits here. But early in October, Wayne County Circuit Court Judge Cynthia Gray Hathaway granted a motion in which his attorney had filed, arguing for the dismissal of the felony charge which he faced in the young girl's death. So what happened with this fucking dude? What did he do? He just shot some bitch? Some 7-year-old bitch?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the article.
Shot some 7-year-old bitch?
Shot some bitch. I think this was during a raid.
It was during a raid.
She was in her bed.
During
I'm gonna double check that.
Well, if you're looking for drugs, you can shoot a 7-year-old bitch once in a while. A SWAT team had conducted a raid. There it is. To search for a murder suspect. Oh my God. Well, you gotta kill everybody. Yeah. Can't leave one stone unturned.
Here's what doesn't make sense.
What?
Like a raid, you usually like bust the door in, and then you're all over the place. That girl's asleep in her bedroom and still asleep when she gets shot, sleeping through all of the fucking chaos going through.
Well, no, she probably did. She probably made some sudden move or something when they came in and they shot her or whatever. But there was even a film crew on hand to film for a reality show about murder investigations. they said that another SWAT team member had thrown a flashbang grenade, which temporarily blinded the guy that shot her. That's when he fired the shot that killed Ayanna, who was asleep on the couch in the front room of the house. So he just saw something move and shot.
Well, he claims he accidentally fired his gun.
Yeah, but it sounds like he just didn't have time to make up a good story. Because it's like, I was blinded and I shot my gun.
Yeah,
everyone knows
it could have been anything.
When you can't see, you just start fucking firing.
Yeah.
That's the best time.
It's the only time you should be firing your
That's
gun.
what happens, man. Somebody comes up. I know, like, the other day, I was cleaning, loading, and unloading my gun over and over while drinking scotch and staring at the wall. And a friend of mine came up behind me, and he put his hands over my eyes, and he said, "Peekaboo." And I turn around and I shot him 6 times. You know what I mean?
Yeah. One time I was doing that, and I did it for so long that the sun just gradually went down, and I never turned any lights on.
No, you don't.
And then as soon as it dropped
Just wait
below
for somebody
the
to come in.
horizon, I couldn't help myself. I just started firing wildly. I was alone. There was.
Yeah, you couldn't see.
Yeah.
You gotta shoot. I mean, something could be there.
Yeah.
It's
How
like
are
the
you
old.
supposed to know?
What was his name? Ted Williams or one of those old dudes in baseball used to say, "Swing hard in case you hit it." It's the same thing with guns. Shoot wildly in case someone's there. That's what I say.
This sounds like a really good SWAT team that makes sure none of their own are affected by a flashbang.
Oh yeah, no, they're definitely not a bunch of fucking geared up fucking psychos just waiting for any excuse to use all these toys they have. You know,
Yeah, well,
we talk about that on the show all the time. Imagine yourself being equipped with 8 kinds of weapons, with all this training. They're amping you up. They're telling you everyone wants to get you. How long are you going to go without using one of them? You know what I mean? Think honestly. Like, if you decided to be a cop, as much as I hate the police, you got to understand what they are. They're just people that were brainwashed into thinking everyone is going to kill them, you know, and they have awesome fucking weapons that you would want to use them. You would, right?
Yeah.
Don't you think?
And they probably have more faith in their ability than they actually have ability.
I mean, I'm the kind of guy that, like, if I get a gun, I'll be responsible with it for like 4 hours, you know, and then
before you're like shooting
before I'm like,
cans
dude,
in the
we have to do
backyard
something with this thing. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I'll be like walking around at the store twirling it. You know, it's like, hey, anybody want to fuck around? It's like, fucking start it up. No, but they give them this shit, man, and they want to use it. You know, all jokes aside, they really want to use their guns and grenades and shit. And you got to identify with that. That's if you don't identify that as part of human nature, then we can't go anywhere on solving the problem. So that's got to be something we keep fucking hitting on, is the fact that these cops don't stand a fucking chance. They're going to become savages in this environment, you know. Roland Lawrence, the chairman of the Justice for Ayanna. How do you say this? Aiyana. And no one would believe how many names are hard to pronounce until you start doing this kind of a show.
Well, look at her grandmother's name, though.
Ayanna.
Martilla.
Issued a statement. So the chairman of the Justice for Ayanna committee issued a statement after the court's decision was announced. Surely the death of a baby by a well-trained police force must be deemed unacceptable by a civilized society, Lawrence said. Steve Fishman, Weekly's attorney, claimed that even though he did not dispute that his client pulled the trigger and killed the girl, there's absolutely no evidence, none, that's in the least bit credible that Officer Weekly knowingly created a danger, or more importantly, intended to cause injury. All right.
Well, none. None at all.
There's none. All right, I'm gonna bring back. We're done with police, right? Can't
that's it for
these
police.
Just knowingly
dumb
create
motherfuckers.
any danger.
I think we got Matt Bennet on the phone. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Hang on, we have somebody trying to join in too. I'm gonna. I gotta go to Matt Bennet. Matt Bennet.
How are you?
Hello. For those of you who don't know, Matt Bennet is a local scumbag, drifter, and artist who is... Oh, God. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, can you hold on a minute?
Maybe.
All right. You're making too much noise. We got to talk to Matt Bennet. Ah, shit.
right.
What did I do here? So Matt Bennet is a local asshole drifter kind of guy. Good guy though, and he wrote a book called The Drifter Diaries. We had him on the show a while back, and we just wanted him to call in and check in. So what's up, dude?
I don't know, just hanging out at a motel.
Oh yeah,
spilling a beer on myself laying down.
Yeah. What motel are you at?
The Brer Rabbit in Villa Park.
Fine establishment. Now I don't suppose there's any crack in that motel, huh?
What?
I don't suppose there's any crack in that motel.
No, I'm sure there is. I haven't found it yet.
And we also got another one of our derelict characters, Steve Watermelon, on the phone with you. So if he chimes in once in a while, he's another show friend. So what's been going on, Matt Bennet? You released your book online, right? The Drifter Diaries.
I did, yeah. It happened. It really did.
Just like God. Chicago Deb.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Was it shot Deb?
Yeah,
Holy shit! You bang a chick like Skeletor. What the fuck, man? Don't get me wrong.
I talked about her in there. It happened. Yeah.
Hey, at least you got the balls to be like, "Fuck it, I banged a chick that looked like Skeletor." Am I right?
Well, it's how life went down, so you know.
So
no, that's good, man.
We wanted you to check.
How you doing? You staying
God
warm?
Damn it.
I'm staying warm. It's fine. I'm figuring it out.
Good, man.
I guess Steve will just take this from here.
It's a great adventure, you know.
Yeah. Fucking right, dude. So what's your book about, man? Just about drifting?
Yeah, it's a lot of stories, man, like from all over the country and shit. But, yeah.
What's the furthest part of the country? Which country?
This country, United States.
America? God bless America.
Yeah, you
just wave that flag. Nice. Good. Perfect.
It's all good, man. It's all hilarious every fucking day.
Yeah, whatever. So what up, man? You're in Villa Park, haven't found the crack, or haven't found a Skeletor yet?
So, Matt Bennet, you released your book online, The Drifter Diaries. How's that been going? You've been selling some downloads or what?
I don't know. I haven't checked
on the radio, man.
Shut up, Steve.
How many people have bought it or whatever.
Internet radio, whatever.
God damn it! So I wanted to bring you on to check in with what you've had. Everybody in the studio thinks this is hilarious that we're just bombing here. So I wanted to bring you on and discuss what's been going on with you lately. I know you had to skip town again and shit. You want to catch our listeners up with where you're at and what happened to you?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can tell this little story.
Yeah, give us a little stiznori.
What's up?
Tell us a story.
I'll tell you the story. All right, let's see. Like,
hey,
yeah, I know. I was just like, probably like a month ago. Like,
Matt,
had a fucked up weekend.
Matt. Tell us the story. God damn it! That's the noisiest thing of all time. He's out of here. All right, Matt, you there?
I'm there.
Tell us a story. Steve was really fucking that up. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, well, he was being hilarious. It's no, I got it like a month ago. I was like, it's just a fucked up weekend, and like lost my phone somewhere in Wheaton, and I couldn't find it. And then by like Sunday, this guy like kind of robbed me and like fucking took like $450 from me. So I fucking lost my mind on Chicago on that one.
So let's
after that fucking weekend.
let's back this up. You said kind of robbed you. I imagine there's a little bit more to this story. How did he scam you out of the money?
Well, I fell for something kind of stupid at the same time, but
not you.
No, I kind of did. It was all right. It was a fucked up occurrence. I thought we were gonna I thought I was gonna invest for some plans and make a little more money than I even had. And supposedly, when we were walking around, he claims he dropped it on the ground. Yeah, like it dropped the money. Like he was going to give me, I don't know, like an iPad and like some. It was all this stolen merchandise. Yeah. This guy was like a shady Chicago rapper motherfucker that I was like trying to work with, but he's really shady. And he's from Maywood, and that's what happens in Maywood. But you know, so I don't know. Like we were taking a big walk and talking about all this shit, and I took the money out and I gave him. He gave me like all this like stolen merchandise, and then I like fucking thought about it, and I'm like, dude, like I don't want to do this right now. Like this is fucking ridiculous. And then he claimed he dropped the money on the ground and just took off like a fucking asshole. And I don't know, I checked the streets to see if he really dropped it, but there was no money on the ground. So, I don't know. So that led to me, I don't know, I had a fight with my family and then left that night, like packed some bags. And then I met this like crazy, like 50-some-year-old filmmaker guy uptown Elmhurst who was all drunk, and I told him my story, and then he let me come back to his crazy house, but his crazy house was filled with shit from somebody else's move, so I slept outside of his house, and he gave me like 10 blankets and some pillows. So I slept outside of his house on Sunday night because I lost my mind after this weekend, like a month ago, and then like Monday morning I like woke up as a bum, and I'm like, I was supposed to be at work at 11, and I went to like Elmhurst train station and fucking
What?
No, it's fine. And then I went to the train station and used some crazy guy's phone and quit my job, and then took my last like $150 and went down to Ogilvy, and then went to. Well, I had to take some buses to the library, the Crazy Harold Washington Library, and then I just went on Megabus and like picked the city and said like fuck this, I'm gonna get out of here. So I fucking left.
So you just
went to Nashville.
Went to Nashville with no money?
Yeah, it was like no money.
And then what happened?
Oh, I just bummed around like on the streets for like a week and met like the coolest, most awesome, nicest people, and fucking everyone's willing to. People give handouts every meeting. People just hand you money. You can do whatever you want there. It's great.
Well,
that city's cool, man.
Give us a little taste of what happened in Nashville, and get people. Come on, get some people a reason to want to go find your book. What's some fucked up shit that happens on the street when you're living that kind of life?
I see what you're saying. The first night I got one example right off the bat. Like the first night, I like followed this dude to this like supposedly like hidden spot to sleep, and it was pretty fucking hidden. And it was kind of like a concrete indented wall, but there was like room enough to spread out a blanket and like sleep there.
That sounds cozy.
Like, you had to get up on a fucking, I don't know, you had to climb up on some concrete. But it was a weird,
that's nice.
I don't know, it's hard to describe, but so like, of course, like the first night I fucking get there, like we're asleep, I don't know, we fell asleep for a few hours. And the fucking cops show up, and it was just like, they were assholes. They're like, oh, we decided to put like this spot on our list of no trespassing places, so they gave me a citation. So I have a date, on like, I don't know, December 4th or 5th. Still, but I don't think I'm going to make it, so that means I'm going to get a warrant. So that's crazy. But
then what happened?
So I don't know. No, being a drifter's a risk. I panhandle at this motel on fucking North Avenue in Ardmore. I shouldn't be broadcasting this, but it's whatever.
Hey, stop by. You know what? Stop by North Avenue in Ardmore. Fucking help our buddy out. Give him 50 cents for, get him halfway to a Miller High Life down at the fucking Chevron. Whatever you're doing.
It pays good. It's a money making corner. But
oh yeah.
Anyways,
what is it? Do you have a sign? Do you have a sign?
I've been doing it for days.
Do you have a sign that you hold up, or you have a gimmick, or what do you do?
Oh, no, I have a sign. I have a hungry and homeless anything helps sign. It's a money making sign. It's cool.
Yeah, and what kind of money can you make in a day doing that?
Shit, one day I did it only for a half an hour and made $30 in a half an hour. That was like the best. Some days are slower than others, obviously. I don't know, but I usually average between like $15 and $20 a day in like an hour and a half. Like that's about all the time you need.
So
it's not even that much out of your day. Yeah, it's cold out or whatever. People bitch about that, sure, but like it's pretty easy money just to do it for a little bit.
What do you do with the money that you make typically? Like if you make $30, give me an itemized report of where that goes.
Well, I mean, like in this motel current situation, I got some crazy guy next door who gets me like killer green. So like usually the 20 goes for a gram like right away, and then I don't know, get like some food and some beers and like fucking 3 for 9-cent cigars, and all the money's gone. And I might give away a couple bucks to this fucking dude next door who's like struggling harder than me. So
you're giving money away?
Like a couple bucks here and there. Like,
who the hell are you? Rockefeller just handing out fucking money? You got to get your shit together. Keep your goddamn money. Put it in a coffee can. Every time you want to give somebody $2, put it in a coffee can, and after a couple of years, you can buy a car.
I wanted someone to tell me that.
Yeah.
I know, but if society helps you, what's wrong with helping somebody else? I don't get it.
No, all right. Well, hey, how long you planning on living in this shitty motel? And by the way, are there bed bugs there?
No bed bugs. It's very clean.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's fine. It's direct TV. It's hilarious.
I know. For our listeners, actually, me and Matt had a drink the other night, and I dropped him off over at the motel. I saw it. It wasn't that bad. It was all right.
It's a crazy ranch style, you know.
I like to interact with all our guests.
It's a weird place. It's a weird location for sure.
Yeah. So then what happened? How'd you end up? What happened in Nashville that you had to end up back here?
Well, I had to come back here to I was part of this study for money, and I had to come back up here and finish that shit. And I was living with somebody.
Dude, what kind of study for money?
All right, well, there's this place in Addison, Illinois, and it's called like Biofortis. And you go in there and you sign up and you see if you can get qualified for these crazy stuff.
Shit tested
like
on you.
The one I did was on cholesterol. And they gave you fish oil pills. Like, you could buy that shit at any, GNC or fucking, and there's a lot of places you can buy that shit.
Oh, but they just need to test somebody for legal reasons or something, so they got to do that?
Yeah, but then I heard that someone called in about it when I was there one day, and, like, they can't give anyone any results. Or they don't even get to find out the results or some shit. The people doing it. I don't know. It's fucking weird still.
Yeah, that sounds safe. I don't know. Nobody.
It's fine, man.
Nobody.
It's over now. I can go back there and get another one.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude.
Now I'm just playing the pan. Oh no, I have an interview tomorrow too. I don't know. I go in and out of work. I'm nuts. Like, I get a job for a bit, and then I'm like, this sucks. I'm gonna go drift, and then I fucking come back. I'll come back to Chicago and get another job.
Now,
and then, like,
do you think you're legally nuts, or do you think you're just kind of like, oh, hey, I'm nuts, I don't want to settle down? Like what is your are you like actually off the rails kind of guy, or what?
No, that's the best question ever about me, because I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'm legally nuts. I think if I really tried, I could live like everybody else. I just don't do it. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you're one
I
of.
don't know how to put it. Like, I don't know. I don't see the point. I don't have kids. I'm not married. Like, I don't see the fucking point. Like, I don't know. Rehab didn't settle me down. Like, nothing could settle me. I'm too nuts. Like, I'm too nuts for society. Like, not like mentally ill nuts. Like, just too nuts for society. Like, I want to sleep in a fern tree. Like, but that's too crazy because it's like public private property or some bullshit. And there's all this legality. See, I don't like the legality shit of, like, fucking owning land. I think you should be able to sleep wherever you want to sleep.
Well, check this out. Hang on, listen to this.
Шар превращается в колоссальный светящийся купол. Яркое свечение еще продолжается. В этом опыте оно длится необычайно долго.
Oui. Et dans le même temps, Dinara engueule son plan, mais il y a déjà une personne en moins. Chacun son style. Mais non, mais c'est un peu comme au début du match. Hein. Elle veut expulser sa frustration.
Okay, we're back.
That was good.
I just like to listen to some other shit once in a while. Break it up a little bit. I get bored of doing this shit.
Feel better, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you end up back here. What's your plans next? You're gonna drift around. You're gonna do some drugs. You're gonna hang out with some people, and you're not settling down. And you're gonna keep writing, I assume.
Yeah, definitely gonna keep writing for sure.
So where can people check out your book? It's called The Drifter Diaries by Matt Bennet, and I know they can check you out at the Matt Bennet Show on YouTube, I think, right? And
very cool.
And then where can people get your book?
Well, it's just on Kindle on Amazon.com right now. Like for Kindle, I should say, you could download it like that. But you can like look at it even like that. You could there's a thing even on the website, even if you don't have like the crazy device to like download it. Like you can like read like almost half of it. Like they kind of let you look into it, and you know. So I don't know. Well, that was the other thing too. Like I had the whole thing almost done, recorded, and I was going to put it on iTunes. I'll still do it eventually. I just slumps of life. It happens, but. I need to re-record it to make it to put it on iTunes, because people might be more willing to listen to it too than read. So, which I get, which is fine.
Fuck you! 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 Fuck you!
Hello?
That's pretty awesome.
Sorry, dude. I wanted to play that. I wanted to play that clip for the whole show, and
you got it in.
I just picked that time. But all right, we fuck around with Matt Bennet, but we love him. So thanks for coming back on the show. We'll have to catch up with you with your next project and shit.
What's your name?
So everybody check out his book. How much is it, by the way?
I only made it 99 cents. I made it very cheap.
Dude, I'm buying it tonight. I'm buying it tonight.
This part of whatever of it is only like 70-some pages long, so I didn't want to charge a lot of money.
I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that I haven't bought it already.
So I don't know.
I'm going out to buy it tonight. Go find The Drifter Diaries by Matt Bennet on Amazon and check it out. 99 cents. Fucking support the dude. Help him get some beer and some hot dogs and shit. All right.
Well, yeah, hot dogs are good.
Yeah, man, they're good for, and good for you.
Yeah.
So thanks.
I don't know if they're good for you with all the shit that they're made from, but I don't know. I've eaten a lot in my life and I'm still pretty healthy. So I don't think they hurt you that much, you know.
All right, well, thanks for checking in with us. We want to hear from you again real soon when you got your next shit going on or whatever. We'll just call you and harass you one night when we're drunk.
Hey, that's good. You guys are always welcome to do that. So
cool, man. All right, well, thanks for checking in, dude. We'll talk to you soon.
No problem. Cool. Take it easy.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Dial tone. All right. Matt Bennet, thanks for checking in. Check him out. Get the book. Fucking know the personality. He's a weird ride. That guy.
Yeah, I put a link to the book on the Facebook
He's a strange
page.
bird. Yeah, we hung out for a few minutes the other night, and yeah, I actually got to talk for a few minutes. Good guy, the old Matt Bennet. So you guys want to take a break?
Yeah, we could take a break.
You are listening to the Sunday Evening Overdose. We will be back in several minutes. Hey, that's our intro music. I'm not going to play that.
No.
What the fuck?
All right, we'll be back in a minute. We're back. We're back. We're back. Who's listening to the show? We'd like to know who you are. Talk to us in the chat box on the Ustream that you're using to listen to us live. We'd love to hear from you.
We have some theories.
Where's our goddamn intern? He's fucking late for the goddamn show. He's probably listening in the living room and he doesn't realize there's a big delay. There's a big delay.
This is a fucking
big delay
mess.
around here. Big fucking delay, and now we're in a huge mess because he's not in here.
This is bad.
This is unfucking believable.
Who's even?
You know what? We're gonna have to talk to him about this when he gets back in here.
If he ever gets back
our new
in
intern
here.
Lolo. This is just
okay. All right.
All right. Get back to manning the Ustream. I know what we have a nice oak stool for you to sit on over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had plenty of time to find a different chair.
Plenty of time. Hey Lolo. Lolo, our new intern. He's a prolific blunt roller. Oh my god, did we just lose another listener? Holy fucking Christ. He's a prolific blunt roller. Here, take this take this weed and roll. Take this. Roll a blunt from that from my weed. All right. That's called generosity. So okay. So what are we gonna want to do left? Nobody's listening to the show tonight. It's kind of a dead night. We kind of just do whatever we want. It's just going to YouTube. I hope you people enjoy this shit once in a while. Are we doing this for no reason? Are people going to listen to this show? What do you guys think? Is this going to happen?
Yes.
I thought it's like every time I think we're growing, it's like just a big step backwards every fucking week.
We had
no co-host, no listeners.
4 times as many listeners last week.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Who did we have last week? Do we have a guest? No, right?
No.
And we had all kinds of fucks.
Yeah.
Swearing in our fucking chat log, all kinds of shit, dude.
Yeah, where is everybody?
Is a
What's
chat
going
log
on?
a thing?
Chat log.
That's not real, right?
Yeah, I
I
don't
just
know.
made that up. I guess we've got interesting shit left to do. Let's just keep plowing through.
Yeah.
And one day we'll be famous, right? We're like the low end, like the lowest paid people in satellite radio. They've got to make $500 a show, right? The lowest at the absolute bottom of the barrel. Just shit with no listeners, right? Like this. Like, we should be making some fucking money at this. We will. What do you guys think of, oh, shit, I didn't put David Box on. Sorry. There you go.
Bam.
Hey.
What do you guys think of the Earthling? I miss him.
I miss him too. I wish he would come back.
He's my only friend. And we don't even hang out.
Yeah.
Ever. I don't have a lighter. I'm sorry. Somebody's got to
here's
have one. So, what do you guys think of the Earthling on the show? Should we keep him? Fire him? What should we do?
You should keep him.
I say keep him.
I think he adds a lot.
Yeah.
I think so too.
Oh, we had Rose chime in. She's listening. All right, thanks, Rose. It's very generous of you. I admit it's not the greatest show tonight, so we appreciate it. Oh yeah, we put a picture of the Earthling up there. Now we love the Earthling.
Yeah, we really miss him.
We miss him a lot. For all his faults, he really does make the show better.
Yeah.
You know, he's dynamic. You know, and he's got. Here's the thing about him. He's not well mentally, okay, but he's got an immense amount of raw talent to do talk radio. And I think anyone who's listened to the show would notice that, especially in the first 2 hours before people are plastered. Yeah, him. Before he's plastered, there's he's got a just immense amount of just natural talent to do this shit. You know, he picks up on things easily. He helps keep the fucking ball rolling. He's very good at adding to the energy of the conversation and stuff. What do you think? I mean, he's definitely an asset, but then he's such a dick too. What is going on with him?
If we could just isolate the first 2 hours.
If he could just stop being a dick, later in the night.
But his capacity to accept criticism is high.
Oh yeah, and that's good.
And that's good too.
Well, you have to be able to do this. You have to be. I mean,
yeah,
you can't start to want to fight people when they insult you. Otherwise, you're not a talker. This is about talking. You know, anything goes. You don't get angry and shit like that. You just fucking defend yourself the best you can, or get angry or whatever. But that's the point, is like you have to be able to take, you know, a lot of criticism to even do this. And he's not afraid to take controversial viewpoints and positions.
No, whether they're founded or not.
Yeah, right.
I think that it's good having him on the show, even if the points he's making aren't valid or he can't justify them, because there's a lot of people that are like that. And maybe it's good to kind of get that sort of opposition and that viewpoint on the show.
Yeah.
You know, just to kind of show you
and
where
the
argument is at.
Yeah.
You know, generally.
I guess so, yeah. All right, well, Earthling, if you're listening, we miss you. Love and kisses. And, All right. Well,
all right.
What are we going to move on to now? Let's do the unsolved mysteries just to make sure we don't fucking forget about it.
No.
Are we skipping ahead, or is that that's in the right place,
next,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we got a bunch of unsolved mysteries, or what? 2 actually. But there's some creepy shit. Did we get any other than these first 2 that we had?
No, we just got these first.
Okay.
2.
We can do this again probably every week.
Yeah,
though.
we should.
I want to talk about Elisa Lam. Holy creepy Asian girl.
Yeah, no shit.
Nonverbal communication analysis number 2313 is what we've got here. Elisa Lam video in an elevator at Cecil Hotel, what her body language tells us. So if you're not familiar with the Elisa Lam case, would one of you like to describe it? I'd like you to describe it. What exactly do you see in this video? Now let's tell the whole story. First of all, this is a dead girl. She was found in the water tank shit, right? Like the water tower thing of a giant hotel. Like,
on the roof of the hotel.
Right. So, by the way,
sealed inside.
You know for a while people were drinking dead body water, and that's horrible for you. That's just really bad.
It was
you
days that
guaranteed are going to get really disgustingly sick from that, right? Like that if they used to put a dead body in a well in the Old West, because it would ruin the well for 50 years. You couldn't drink out of it.
19 days her body was in there before it was found.
Dude, so people must have been drinking her.
I don't know if it
bathing
was the drinking,
in her, showering in her.
Yeah, that's probably more likely.
Yeah, who drinks out of the faucets at a hotel? That's true. But what about the fountains at the restaurant? You know what I mean? That's the main water supply, right? Like,
I don't
know.
Are we
She
sure
probably
that
was-
that's the same? What if that was just like the sprinkler system water or
Yeah, it
something
might
like
just
that?
be a different tank of water because it
Well,
doesn't say anything about
I'm guaranteeing
people
that
eating
everyone.
her.
I'm guaranteeing that they all drank her. Whatever. That was a needless fucking road to go down. All right. So the body of Elisa Lam, a 21-year-old Canadian tourist from Vancouver, was recently discovered in a water tank on the roof of the Cecil Hotel in Los Angeles. It was in there up to 19 days. And there is a video that shows Miss Lam in an elevator at the hotel. And this is an article about the body language analysis of the video that I have here. But first, why don't you set this up for us? How did this take place?
Well, she is spotted entering the elevator, and then she like presses a bunch of buttons, right?
Yeah. And we put this up on the page for our listeners, right?
Yes.
A couple of listeners.
I'm trying to right now.
Yeah.
And she like first she looks like kind of she's playing, and like maybe she looks like she's playing hide and seek, and like she's kind of like bouncy and cheerful and stuff. But then it like starts getting weird, and she like gets on and off the elevator.
She looks like
a
she's
bunch of
jumping
times.
in there, and she's waiting for somebody who might be looking for her.
Yeah.
And she's kind of like
And
she's
she,
pressing a bunch of buttons. But see, what
And
strikes
then, like,
me about it is
backing
like
into the corner.
yeah,
and-
wouldn't she pressing a bunch of buttons? You'd expect the elevator to take off. It almost seems like, you know, you can interpret it as playful or like extremely terrified and overly anxious. But according to this article, no, it was more relaxed and fluid. But anyways, go ahead and finish up what we've got on her.
Well, then she gets out of the elevator for a while, and she's like in and out and in and out. But nobody knows why she was doing that, and she wasn't like.
Well, but she seems to be waiting for someone or anticipating something or whatever.
Yeah.
And a few times almost looks like she can see someone or something, you know.
She might be talking to someone who you can't see on the video.
And she almost looks like someone might come in and out of the elevator with her. Like at a second, it looks like she watches someone come in almost, you know, but there's no one on the video.
Yeah.
So, she's got a history of bipolar shit and whatever, but nothing too extreme, right?
Yeah, that was like the explanation they tried to give initially, was that
Yeah.
she had like a bipolar episode and
But
was
nothing-
just like losing her mind.
Nothing involving hallucinations in her past, right?
No, but they also they found her body in the water tank completely naked. It had been closed behind her. Like if she had just gotten in there, she had to have put the lid back on behind her. And they immediately ruled out foul play, which seems weird, doesn't it? They didn't even they were like, no, obviously this was she just did this, obviously. But then she like didn't have any drugs or alcohol in her system.
My first theory. She meets a young man. Yes? He charms her. He says, there's no pool at this hotel, but I know where we can go swimming. Maybe they're drunk, you know? She wants to take the elevator. He knows there's cameras, all right? So she's running in and out going, why? Come on, let's go. And she's maybe pressing actually like the door open button to hold the elevator or something, but it just looks weird. Whatever, this is a theory, okay? So he's out there somewhere, and he's calling to her, you know, come on, let's take the stairs. And she's running back in and saying, no, I want to take the elevator. I'm a stupid drunk girl, and I don't listen to anyone. Like running in and out of the elevator, wants to have her way, like they all do. And he teaches her the lesson of a lifetime by forcing her well, listen, this is just a theory, by forcing her to go up the stairs because he knows he wants to do this. He's had this plan. He's like, oh, let's go skinny dipping in the fucking water tank. It's probably pretty big. He gets her to jump in first, and then he just grabs the lid and fucking closes it on top and jumps on top of it so she can't get out, and probably masturbates while he's doing it, sitting on there, and he's masturbating, listening to her pound her fists on the lid until she finally loses energy and starts to sink into the water, and that's when he climaxes.
Case solved.
What do you guys think of that theory?
Yeah.
It's the only explanation that makes any sense.
Well, that was just what I thought, and this article, I think, might even back me up, and this is a body language analysis. And where is this from, by the way? Bodylanguagesuccess.com. So that sounds like a pretty good site to get it from.
Yeah.
So the guy is saying here, when Miss Lamb initially enters the elevator, she is not in fear. Her wide arms swing and relaxed and fluid gait indicate she is relaxed and thus not feeling urgency. Which I would agree with, having seen the video. After pushing multiple buttons, Elisa Lamb moves to the back left corner of the elevator. Her arms at her sides and feet positions neutral, relaxed, and does not indicate fear. By the way, we forgot to get to where she turns into like some creepy fucking marionette and starts freaking out.
Yeah.
Because we left that out of the fucking story entirely. At one point, she like gets possessed and starts making a bunch of crazy hand movements, and she's all fucking weird. Like, that's what makes this story so compelling. I should have not laid out my theory so quickly, because now that I'm kind of creeped out again, because I don't think it could be so simple. Shortly thereafter, she looks quickly out the elevator door. She then retreats to the left wall of the elevator and moves to the left front corner. Her hands adopt the fig leaf configuration, and her feet are close together. This is consistent with anxiety, a lower confidence, beta emotional tone. This body language does not by itself indicate fear, but could, I guess, probably be accompanied with it. Here, Miss Lamb jumps out of the elevator, a quick two-step maneuver, and has a playful quality to it. For a second or two, her feet splay wide while her hands are still in the fig leaf, nonverbal or close to it. This wide stance signifies greater confidence and is not consistent with fear. Thus, the simultaneity of these two nonverbals signals some level of emotional dissonance. This is the most important image of the series. For about 16 seconds, she displays an elbows out laterally with armpit exposed and behind the head hair preening display. This was, at least for some time, performed bilaterally. The movement as she reaches up to begin the extended preen was fluid, slow, and deliberate, and the person of her interest is either present outside the elevator or she is actively thinking about this person. So that's when she's going all nutty.
Yeah, and she looks like, I mean, I feel at that point she looks really distraught. You know, she kind of turns around like, I feel like she's got her hands on her head like, holy shit. Not like, ooh, look at me, you know?
This guy's saying it looks either lightheaded or like vertigo or a relative emotional extreme. So then she does like a bunch of hair adjusting and indicates she's trying to be more assertive or courageous. And this is in distinction to the sexual display noted above. Notice her elbows are not pointed out laterally, but held closer to her body. Her right hand gestures in an illustrator with a fingertip only touching her right chest. This hand illustrator suggests a lower sincerity and a higher level of anxiety after that. But if you watch the video, I mean, this guy's like breaking this down second by second, but if you watch the video, she is incredibly creepy as she's doing this. It's just not natural movement. Like, her right foot goes up on her toes. She does it several times. It indicates a significant level of excitement and optimism, also common with joy. At the very end of this video, her elbow briefly elevates up out laterally again in a shorter repeat of the sexual interest. So yeah, I mean, it kind of goes along with my theory, like she's got some guy around that she really likes, but he knows he wants to stay off camera, you know?
Yeah, now here's something that's weird, though, is that this video that was originally released was not in real time, which kind of contributes to her looking kind of more erratic in her movements. The video that was released was sped up, yeah.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm sorry, it was slowed down. The video that was released was slowed down. The real time was sped up 135%. So maybe that makes her look a little bit creepier because everything's a little bit slower and it's unnatural in that way, but it's just subtle enough that people don't notice it.
So it's really as though she's like talking to someone and making maybe some like flamboyant gestures and shit like that, but when it's slowed down, it looks more deliberate and creepy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, totally. So she's talking to someone off camera, most likely.
Yeah, that seems to be the most likely thing. There is, I posted on the page in that article, there's a video that plays the two side by side, the real time and then the video that was released. And it's all really fucking creepy. Even at the regular speed, though, she still, like, looks... the movements still look erratic. Maybe just, like, not as calculatedly erratic.
Like she's just manic and nutty.
Yeah.
But yeah, not like that kind of like possessed look
Yeah.
that she had before.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
She looks way more human.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I wonder why it would have been released that way.
I'm saying easiest explanation. There's a guy who knows he wants to stay off camera. And she's, I swear to God, doesn't that seem like the most realistic explanation? He's going, let's take the stairs. And she's going, why? Come on. I want to, and he's going, no, it'll be nice. We'll do, whatever, fresh air or something. He scouted the whole thing out. Why have they not? See, cops are so stupid, dude. Cops are so bad at their jobs. They're so fucking terrible at their jobs. Even detectives are fucking retarded. How have you not realized that that's the most likely thing and gone back to all the security footage and look for the guy who's walking around checking where all the cameras are? That's probably your dude. I'm saying a dude in his mid to late 20s who's some kind of weird killer who's going to be pretty smart and pretty good at this by now. He's not some young kid. He's probably not too old to attract a pretty girl like this too. You know what I mean? And she's definitely in shape, decent looking broad. So he's I'm thinking that's the thing. What do you guys think?
That it definitely makes sense. Is it possible that they could really have just not explored that theory?
What's the official explanation?
There is none.
This
is an unsolved mystery.
And where was this again?
That's a good question.
Yeah, because this is I don't think it was in the U.S., was it? Canadian tourist. Cecil Hotel. Oh, it was Los Angeles. Okay. Yeah. Wow. So I mean, that seems like to me that would be the first place I would think is it's clearly a dude who whatever. So there's some new twist in this shit, and we got a video on it. You want to check it out?
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Totally. I put this up on the page.
Is this?
No, this isn't the side by side though. This looks like
this is the new twist, meaning that it's this is in real time, right? Yeah, this looks a little more normal.
Right. See, right now it doesn't look like she's waiting for somebody. It sounds like looks like maybe she hears something.
Oh, now that it's...
Because she gets in there, pushes the button, and then stands there and waits like she's alone. Yeah. And then she sticks her head out, and then she gets back in and kind of hides.
Yeah. Also,
yeah,
see,
you're right.
She's not standing there.
She looks, and she gets back in and...
Yeah, and then tucks away.
Why is the elevator not going?
Yeah.
See, this whole thing is very strange, man. I can see why this gets a lot of legs in the fucking online community is because none of this adds up.
Yeah, she's all weird.
Yeah. And now she's looking.
Now
and
she's
all
standing in the doorway.
And
she knows the elevator's not going to go for some reason. And in what elevator doesn't close now? Right now. You know what I mean? Why?
I don't understand what's going on here.
She's standing outside the elevator for 30 seconds or something, and the elevator door doesn't close. So the elevator's out of fucking operation unless
there's somebody there who keeps pressing the button to keep it there.
Who? An invisible person?
No, just someone out of the frame.
Oh. Perfect. Yeah, there you go. Somebody who keeps pressing them. But you know what? That doesn't work forever. If you've ever tried to hold an elevator in your life, you know that it's difficult, and eventually the doors just go fuck you, we have to go.
Yeah. And now look at all the buttons.
She goes back in, and she looks all stressed out.
Is it a cargo elevator? Because in that case, you can hold the door.
No, look how small the doorway is.
Okay, it's not a cargo elevator. Yeah, and it doesn't have any rails for fucking loading gear and shit.
No. It kind of looks like it does have the wall bumpers right there and right there.
No, that doesn't look like a cargo elevator.
It's not big enough.
Dude. It's too small. And it's too fancy. It's got a liner around the floor and tile and stuff,
What?
Hands are so creepy.
Yeah. And so now this is in real time that we're watching these hand motions. Looks like... Oh, it
she's
looks
kind
like
of
pleading. It almost looks like
she's-
pleading.
She looks like she's counting things off on her fingers. Like, first of all, you this, first of all, that, you know.
She's going, all right, so here's like...
Okay, first of all, it looks like she's got 2 elbows at that angle. Did you see that?
Her hands are... She's definitely making some very strange movements here. It almost looks
She's like
supernatural.
Edward
It really does,
Scissorhands.
doesn't
Yeah.
it? Like,
yeah.
God, I'm in and out of this because like it's
Salad
so creepy.
fingers.
Oh God, it looks creepy, but it could just be the camera angle and shit. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? And the distortion of
Yeah.
of the angles and stuff, and like, and
That, though.
Yeah, it's just
just
like
very-
a cat being dipped into water.
yeah, exactly. That is what she looks like. Yeah, yeah, totally. That's disgusting. Weird.
Maybe
and
she's just like hysterical or something. Maybe she's freaking the fuck out.
See,
and
right here, look, she's like,
she's
with
disoriented.
her fingers, she's counting 1, 2. Maybe she's listing reasons why she doesn't want to take the stairs.
You think that's what that is?
I don't know. I'm just going
Got
with your
asthma.
theory.
My legs are tired. There's an elevator right here.
I'm about to get murdered.
I'm not wearing the right shoes.
And then she's gone. And then the door opens and closes a bunch of times. That's fucking weird. And I'm a you know what though? Is this, we don't know, like this could be like going up a floor and
Yeah.
then reopening or something. But it doesn't seem like enough time really, but
Yeah, and also, why is it just opening and closing to no
it's
people
just on a bunch of
anyway?
empty floors. I don't know,
Oh,
dude.
because you pressed all the buttons.
Oh yeah. Oh,
That's
so
what
she
it
pressed
is.
all the buttons. So when it finally goes, so could it? So is the most likely explanation that somebody was outside the elevator that just kept pressing the call button so it would stay open, and maybe this elevator works that way? Because I'll tell
Maybe.
you that's not a good way to hold an elevator normally. You
No,
know?
you gotta like put your hand
Especially
in it.
this looks like a big enough. This looks like this wouldn't be the only elevator, right?
Right.
There's probably
we
in
should
a
see how
com-
big this
yeah.
hotel is.
We'll see if it's a complex. I mean, because look, well, maybe no. It could be just a lone elevator. Man, that is fucking strange. That is very fucking strange. I'm thinking it was a guy who just knew to stay out of the frame.
Maybe
you know?
there's like an employee who has
It could be an
access
employee,
to a
dude.
control room, and it keeps the elevator doors open to draw her out or something like that.
Do we know what she was doing before she got there? Nobody knows. God, see,
And these water tanks, don't they have locks? Like,
you would
can
think
you just
yeah.
open up the water tank and put whatever you want in there? Like,
Well,
who's got a key? You know?
yeah, it must be an employee. That's what I was thinking a while ago, and I thought that was too far fetched. But I was like, what if somebody could disable the elevator and keep her in there?
It's fucking weird.
Also, the access to the roof was locked and alarm triggered. And the tank that she was in was 10 feet high.
It's an inside job.
Yeah.
Like
100%.
The guy was related to a cop.
So somebody must be on the trail. Can you write down that we need to follow up on this? Because I guarantee you, if we can look into this, maybe there's a motive somewhere. Is she somebody powerful's daughter? Some shit. You know what I mean?
one theory is that it's somehow related to an outbreak of tuberculosis in LA around the same time.
How does that relate?
Tuberculosis.
No, there's nothing. It's just a coincidence. That's all.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's the mystery of Elisa Lamb. Fucking freaked out outside of an elevator and then jumped in a water tank and died.
Supposedly.
In Los Angeles. We got
stupid.
Write this down. We have to come up. I bet you, dude. I bet you there's a motive somewhere. She's connected to something. You know what I mean? There's something just very strange about that. And there's something almost like ritualistic about it seeming, like the pretty young girl, like drowning in the confinement of that. Like, it's just such an inconvenient way to kill someone. You know what I mean? Like, no, why would you kill someone that way? And all of the inconvenience, and you've got to bypass the cameras. When she clearly came from outside the hotel where you can maybe have gotten her in a car or done something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anything more convenient than like bypassing cameras, security systems,
Yeah,
having
alarm trigger,
getting open a
doors.
fucking water tank and getting her inside of it.
10 feet high.
And she had no blunt trauma, nothing. It just seems ritualistic to me.
Yeah, it sounds like a message to someone important to her.
Right. Exactly. Right. That's what I'm thinking. Doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does,
There's a reason people kill like that. It's usually to send a message.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So let's look into that. We're thinking the Elisa Lam thing is a message to somebody. And that's not all. We got another fucking disturbingly weird occurrence that happened.
Weird ass thing.
Yeah. What are we calling this? This was in Panama?
Panama, yeah. Missing Panama girls.
No, what the fuck is Panama? Some little piece of shit in Central America. Panama never does anything. What the fuck do they do?
They have the canal.
Yeah, they got the canal. That's it. They're just like a place where white people get killed, right?
Yeah.
That's just about what happens there.
Their main import is white people.
It's just white people
and their main
getting
export
murdered.
is dead white people.
Aren't they also bananas? I think bananas.
Cocaine and dead white people.
Yeah, and bananas.
So where is this fucking thing? I must have this somewhere. Panama. Lizanne Froon, by the way, worst
names
name
ever.
in the
These two
history of
girls
the world.
have the worst names ever. It's really
Lizanne
unfortunate.
Froon. Lizanne Froon and Chris Kremers. those are like Tim and Eric names. You know what I mean? That's like the names they would come up if they made this story up. 2 Dutch women went missing in April in Panama, and they're now confirmed dead after a long time when people had no fucking clue what happened. Chris Kremers was 21, and Lizanne fucking Froon was 22. They were hiking near the town of Buquet on Buquet. I don't know how you fucking say that. Buquet on April 1st, when they were last seen, Policia said. The area is known as a popular tourist holiday destination. Kremers and Froon traveled on March 15th to Panama, where they first stayed in a different town for 2 weeks before traveling to Buquete after locals found out what their names were and tarred and feathered them and ran them off a cliff for having the worst names of all time. Once they got to... Yeah, thanks for that. All right. Once they got to Buquete, I don't know how to say it. What do you think? Boquete?
Boquete?
But it's a Spanish kind of country, so...
Boquete.
That's what I'm thinking.
Boquete.
Yeah, so whatever. They planned to volunteer at a school for the remaining 4 weeks of their trip. Once they got to this town, the women were told they would not be able to start their work until the following week, so they had a week to fill. The remains were found in Boca del Toro province in a dense wooded area last week. But so that's not really the meat of the story. So they went off hiking because they had this downtime, right? They weren't going to be able to work yet. So they go off hiking, and do you have the timeline pretty much down or what?
Let's see. They went hiking. April 1st was the day they disappeared.
Okay.
And when they found their backpacks, they saw that they tried to dial 911 on April 1st.
Okay. So they dial 911.
Along with photos, like sightsee photos of them. I posted a link to these pictures that they have. So those pictures and the 911 call were only 2 hours apart.
They look like decent looking girls. They'd be,
they look pretty young.
They'd be targets, probably.
Yeah.
You know.
For trafficking.
Yeah.
Then 10 days later, they found on the cell phone there was another 911 call 10 days after.
The first
Nothing
one.
happened for 10 days. No pictures, no phone, anything. And then they also found 90 more photos on the camera, which were all taken 10 days after April 1st.
After the first 911 call.
Yeah,
And
so
what were
the second 911 call and the second batch of pictures came together.
And the first batch of pictures was all normal, hiking and happiness and whatever.
Yeah.
And then the 911 call, 10 days go by, nothing. Now another 911 call and a batch of pictures. And what was the second batch of pictures?
The second batch of pictures, 90 of them. let's see, 87 were completely black, and the other 3 showed fragments of branches and rocks.
Right.
And they have not been released.
Jesus
we're not
fucking
allowed
Christ.
to see those.
Why is that so horrifying that so many of them were pitch black? Because what was happening, they must have been getting thrashed around or something.
Yeah.
And it was just being taken accidentally, because the tragic end is they found a shoe with a foot in it and a piece of a pelvic bone of the other girl.
Yeah.
So they found one girl's foot and one girl's pelvic bone.
Piece of a pelvic. It's like half
And
of her
that's
pelvic bone.
it, right?
That's it.
How does that make any sense?
That's all of it. That's all of everything.
I mean, what was happening? That, like, all right, now one thing I could think of, can you find this out for me? Are there any, like, maybe uncontacted or little documented tribes that might be hostile in that area? Because, like, maybe if someone who didn't understand that technology got a hold of the phone, they could just keep taking pictures forever while they're while it's just blank or whatever,
Well, why would they have not done it 10 days later? Why would they have waited that amount of time?
Because maybe they were hiding or something for a long time or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe they were captured and they got their phone back and then they got killed after they tried to escape and got their phone or something. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like,
how did the phone stay charged 10 days after?
Here's my intuition. Yeah, and how is a phone charged for 10 days? You're
yeah,
right.
like the indigenous tribe doesn't have electricity, so if they were, it seems like they would have been held captive somewhere where there was electricity.
Okay, if you're smart and you're getting enclosed in on, you've tried calling 911, you've got no service. If you're getting captured by a tribe, you're going to turn your phone off, right?
Yeah.
If you're smart.
If you're smart, yeah.
Because you're not gonna want them to look at it and wear out the battery, and you want it to look unremarkable also, yeah, I mean, that might be a thing you would do if you were getting captured. This might be totally a worthless conversation if we find out that there's no fucking like weird jungle tribes out there.
Yeah, there are a bunch. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot on the interior of Panama. There's a bunch of hostile tribes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's what happened.
Could be.
What do you think?
I don't know. For some reason, I feel like they would have been trafficked. Is there a lot of drugs in Panama?
Not if they're contacted by a hostile primitive tribe.
Right, yeah.
And
also not because
there's a lot of drugs.
There's definitely a lot of drugs.
It's between Colombia and Mexico.
Also, the canal. I mean,
yeah,
all of the trading that goes through there to avoid going around a whole fucking continent. There's so many drugs going through there.
Yeah. So then, why wouldn't they? I don't know. I just feel like it must not be somebody related to drugs, because they probably would not have just murdered them outright like that.
Mm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Even if you turn your phone off, does the battery last 10 days later?
Here's the thing.
No.
Maybe. Yeah, why not?
I don't think so. Not if it's
just totally dormant. I don't know.
Well, even if you turn it off, it still sends and receives data.
Yeah.
Always, no matter what. And if it's looking for something to send and receive from, it's going to use more battery than not. That's why when you go camping, your phone always dies.
So
what
are your possibilities in this case? You got, okay, maybe they had 2 different incidents, coincidence. All right, coincidental incidents, and they called 911 for something that was a false alarm. Spent another few days in the hotel, and then something else happened when they went back out.
No, because then why were there no pictures on their cameras? They were
you don't take
sightseeing.
pictures every day.
Sure, when you're on vacation, you do. Yeah. They obviously were.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So all right. So fine. So that I'm just trying to brainstorm here. So all right. So that's no good. So what do you got?
All right. So you're held captive by people who have electricity.
Yeah.
And then a war between those people and the indigenous tribe breaks out.
That's another possibility. Or, okay, or say, because there must be drug cartels too, right? So here's our 2 possibilities: hostile tribes and drug cartels. Anyone got any other fucking possibility of how 2 white girls get torn to pieces?
A bear, maybe?
An animal?
Do you think a bear tried to dial
An animal
911?
attack? But then what? Why? So then how the pictures and the 10?
Yeah.
I mean, so the thing, like, you could,
okay,
in your
all right,
death
so they
throes,
got-
like trying to dial 911, maybe your camera's open and you just keep taking pictures because you can't see what you're pressing. I don't know. Maybe, right? Like, that could happen let's throw the pictures aside because it doesn't matter because it could be millions of different explanations.
Yeah.
So, fuck the pictures. We got the 2 911 calls, not 10 days apart. What were you saying? Was it
No, I don't know how to
Was it about
explain-
the pictures? Now
No,
I
no.
got rid of the pictures.
No, I'm just trying to figure out how to explain the fact that the battery was still functioning.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking like even if an animal found the cell phone 10 days later and stepped on it and pressed redial, why was the battery still working? That's what doesn't make sense about it.
Yeah, it seems like they must have been somewhere where there was electricity to keep so that the phone could still hold a charge 10 days later after the phone call. Like something happened in between the first one and the second one where that thing was able to be plugged in.
Yeah, but who the hell's plugging it in? The captors, and then they're not using it?
Did you look this up? I mean, I feel like maybe a turned off cell phone could go 10 days and get turned back on for a few minutes.
Maybe.
I think it could happen. I'm thinking it could happen because I'm thinking I've heard of this in other cases where they find a murder victim and they turn their phone back on or something, or I'm thinking it's
Well, I feel like I've gone on canoe trips for like just a couple days where I've turned my phone off, and then when I go back to it, when we get back to the car and try and turn it back on, I have to plug it in.
So we're,
they could be walking around with one of those extra battery life pack things.
So here's what we got. We got wild animals, we got drug cartels, and we got hostile tribes. What else tears 2 white girls apart in the jungle in Panama? Maybe, I mean, is there a fucking a war going on? Is there any active fighting? Because that's like a foot in a shoe. That's like grenade shit. That's not fucking Puma type of stuff. That's not, that's not fucking Anaconda. What leaves a shoe in a foot? Semi truck hitting a kid on a bike, that leaves a shoe in a foot. You know what I mean? Shit like that. Like
a foot in a shoe.
Or I mean, a fucking shoe in a shoe in a shoe in a foot is worse, dude. Imagine that amount of force that takes. So, but no, a foot. Yeah, sorry, a foot. I said that like 4 times too. A foot in a shoe. That takes. I mean, that's like a shock force. I mean, usually that's like car accident, or something with just incredible power to sever. But is there any pictures of the foot in the shoe, and is it like a clean slice, or is it like tears?
Yeah.
Give me a picture of that and
Yes.
put it up on our page immediately.
I put a link to the article that it's in on the page already.
Okay, can I see the picture?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Let me see.
Oh.
That's the foot in the shoe?
Yeah.
It's like, so it's like already rotted by the time they found it, so it's kind of
Yeah.
hard to tell. But no, that looks generally pretty fucking sliced, huh?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And that's the pelvic bone,
That's
and
the
the pelvic bone looks snapped. It's like it's not like ground or chewed or anything. It's like, and it's got little bits of flesh. It looks like an explosion or some shit, doesn't it?
Do you think?
Yeah. I mean, what else just rips a person just piece by piece apart? You know what I mean? Think about a shoe, because like, also a thing that happens a lot in like blunt trauma to a human body is shoes fly off. So actually, imagine you'd have to fucking have sheer force straight to the ankle to just shear it off and leave the shoe in the, you know what I mean? Leave the foot in the shoe.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I mean, that's pretty fucked up. It's got to be an explosion, right?
Yeah, let's see if there's like landmines in Panama.
Yes, landmines. There you go. But then why see, we're abandoning all the facts. Why the 911 call then?
Yeah.
And then why,
Maybe one of them
maybe they have
on
a minor
landmine.
they have a minor accident with a landmine and they're trying to crawl their way out and they get completely obliterated.
One girl steps on a landmine and dies. That girl makes a phone call, but the landmine sets off the cartel, and they hear it, and then they come and investigate and snatch
and they cut
up
her
the girl.
foot off.
Well, no, the foot's a piece of debris from the first explosion.
Because they could cut, you know what the other thing is? They could cut her foot off to make her immobile, to make her their sex slave. So she could still be alive. She could be a
That's
sex
all they
slave
found of
somewhere.
her. That's right.
Just the foot. The pelvic bone girl, she's done. She's no good to anyone.
no.
So
Wait, the foot belongs to one and the pelvic bone
belongs
to the other?
That's what they think. I don't know.
No, they did a DNA test.
Oh.
As you saw, there was like still flesh stuck to the pelvic bone too.
Still some meat.
And also this says that Colombian rebels have been planting landmines in Panama since 2010, at least.
There you go. I'm thinking we got a landmine. That's
Could
what
be.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking we got a landmine.
Injured
Old
one of
Lizanne
them
Froon, Chris Kremers stepped on a landmine down in Panama. That's what I'm thinking.
Old Chris Kremers.
Old Chris Kremers went kaboom. With a friend, Lizanne Froon.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, dude. That's my thing. That's what I'm going with
Blow
on
them to
this.
bits, and then animals just like pick up.
I'm
the
going
bits
landmine, and you're
phone?
you're in a jungle in Central America. Imagine, I mean, here's the thing, like in the tamest fucking ecosystem on the planet, you could argue that we live in here in the Midwest of the United States. There's nothing going on.
No,
you don't see a dead animal in the forest ever, and I hike a lot. You do not see a dead deer. That shit gets taken away fast, really, really fast. Might find a foot once in a while, and if deer wore shoes, I'd find a deer shoe, I'm sure, here and there, you know. And but like, you don't find dead animals. They just don't. I mean, and imagine down fucking where it's warm all year round, and animals are large and strong and predatory, and there's scavengers everywhere and all levels of fucking insects and shit to break everything down, way more than there is here, dude. They'd be gone in a matter of days. The whole body, right? Just eaten.
Yeah.
Landmine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think something happened with one of them where they were able to do something with their phone again.
Like maybe they survived for a while and then crawled onto another landmine. Fuck, dude, this still doesn't make enough sense though, does it?
No.
It really doesn't.
It's
and all the
fucked up.
pictures and shit. What? Hold on. If
What?
not, now, hang on a second. If they were hit by a landmine, okay, they survived. Maybe the girl who lost her foot, say, survived. She called 911. Shortly thereafter, died. Okay?
Okay.
Tribes picked up the phone. They took it away. The logical thing to happen, the most likely call to be made by someone who doesn't know how to use a cell phone is the last number that was dialed. So it could be anyone or anything. A monkey even might have dialed it.
Yeah, but
after
it
that,
doesn't.
You know? And the battery, I don't know. It could be easily explained. It was turned off and turned back on. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, most likely thing to happen by like some like primitive person or even a fucking
a monkey, which they would have there.
Yeah, exactly. Who picked it up and was curious. It would dial the last fucking number probably if
Yeah, it would
anything
start
was going to be
pressing
dialed.
buttons.
I'm thinking landmine, and one of them survived. Monkey picked up the phone. I don't know.
Yeah.
Started taking pictures. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, there's a real famous instance of a guy got his phone stolen by a monkey, and the monkey took a picture of itself and posted it on Facebook. Like, they figure out how to use that stuff. Do you remember that story?
Yeah, there was a whole argument over the copyright of the
Yeah,
photo.
who owned the photo?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
the
Did the
man
monkey own the
didn't take
photo?
it. Yeah.
The monkey took the photo and posted the photo, and the fact that it was done on the man's phone didn't give the guy any right to claim ownership of the photo.
I've seen 2 and 3 year old toddlers or infants play with phones and make stuff happen. You know, they get into Facebook or they take pictures or they fucking start playing a video game or some shit. You know, and it's like you could definitely have. I don't know. What do you guys think? Landmine? We got this or what?
I think landmine is our strongest contender
strong
right now.
possibility. Yeah.
Landmine, and then jungle's too hard to search. That's
and
what
also
I'm saying.
full of animals that are
Full
hungry.
of animals. Nobody wants to go down there.
Yeah.
Fucking imagine the Panama police are probably a complete joke.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Someone was like, "These girls went missing," and they were like,
Yep, they sure did.
We'll look into it.
Yeah,
after
you
our
give
cigar.
us $100,000.
After we smoke a cigar on the porch of a villa at sunset. Drink rum.
That's what they sound like in Panama.
My accents are Russian.
All
was
of
that
their
Russian?
accents. Yeah, that was no. It was kind of a.
I was going for like Panamese.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. It was.
Well,
that, whatever that
Lizanne
is.
Froon, Chris Kremers, can't say I'm sorry to see you go. You had shitty names, but you probably didn't deserve to be blown up by a landmine planted by Colombian rebels down there in Panama, which is what we're surmising took place. End of internet mystery. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Solved it.
Solved. So, I think, are we like way overdue for a break?
Yeah, we're due for sure.
We are, right?
Yes.
Let's do one quick break, and then we'll come back and do the rest of our shit.
Okay.
Does that sound great?
Yes.
That sounds great.
Hell yeah. All right. Everybody, you were listening to the Sunday Evening Overdose. I'm going to take you out with a little bit of Charles Manson here, so please stick around. We're just going to play a couple of quick tunes and get right back into the talking. Thank you very much for sticking with us.
All right, I'll give you an example, man. I'll try to stick to a song that'll make you some money.
We're back on the Sunday evening over Disney. What do we got left?
Oh, so many things for us to
tonight.
talk about here.
Thank you very much for sticking with us on this late Sunday Eve, the worst time slot that anyone has ever picked for themselves and named themselves after.
Yeah, why?
I don't know why I did this.
It's because
never be successful.
It's because you started the show by yourself and you didn't ask. You were just like, this is what I'm going to do.
Especially when we come back from the break like Clockwork Orange criminals, you know. It's like,
hell yeah.
Yick. Worst show.
How many listeners did we lose during that?
9.
Ah.
Are we on the 4th hour? Are we actually making it on time here? Can we do this? We got some segments, okay? We got the religious cunts segment.
Yeah, we do.
Religious cunts.
Religious cunts.
Religious cunts.
Gonna be some dicks.
Religious cunts.
Everybody sucks.
Religious cunts.
Let's talk about it.
British anti-immigration party mocked after mistaking Westminster Cathedral for a mosque. Okay, this is great.
Idiots.
This is from the WashingtonPost.com by Adam Taylor. Over the past few years, United Kingdom Independence Party has become a big deal in British politics. Their anti-immigration policies and opposition to the European Union have won them 2 seats in the House of Parliament and may get them a few more if right-wing Conservative Party members defect before next year's election. However, the party's critics say that the populism the UKIP espouses can lend itself to xenophobia or racism. On Tuesday, the BBC's Daily Politics show attempted to address the controversy by holding a straw poll in London and asking random members of the public if UKIP Nigel Farage had what it takes to be a prime minister. It soon became an embarrassment for the UKIP, but not for the reasons you might expect. What do we got about this?
Well, everybody said that no, this guy would not fit as the prime minister, and then he doesn't have what it takes. And he's like famously anti-immigration. racist. And and then he tries to say, well, that poll isn't fair because why were they conducting it outside of a mosque?
He did that on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Said this poll is held outside of a mosque. And it turns out that it was Westminster Cathedral. Probably, what is that, like one of the 10 most famous churches in the world?
Yeah.
I've heard of it, so it must be incredibly famous. The most important Catholic cathedral in the entire country. And he called it a mosque. That was pretty bold.
Yeah.
Why did he think that it would be just like without doing any research or anything, just like that's a mosque. That must be a mosque.
It's the only reason why the poll would have gone that way.
The funny thing is, like, a lot of like the religious architecture does create the same mood, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Like, it's you could almost mistake it because it's like, oh, it's that depressing fucking doom and gloom kind of like just shitty, boring, fucking. I don't know, what is it? It's scary. What do you even call all like the way that they build churches? It's like it's not really interesting. It's just like imposing and weird and scary. And a lot of the old cathedrals, it's like it's not like really cool and creative. It's not like it doesn't make you feel good. It's just fucking ugh.
No, they're like intimidating.
Yeah. Looming.
Yeah.
Looming is what they are.
Looming.
Yeah.
You, how would you describe? You've spent some time in churches.
They have creepy statues. There's a dead guy hanging on a cross right in the fucking center of the place.
Yeah. What is that? That's Catholic church, right?
Yeah.
That you had spent some time in?
Sometime, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you can see the BBC segment if you want to. Did we post that up there?
Yeah, we did. It includes a collection of photos that people have posted of other things that are not mosques, including the Eiffel Tower, Moscow, Russia.
That freaked me out.
Moccasins. So, yeah, check it out. It's pretty funny.
All right. So that fucking idiot.
Yeah.
What kind of fallout did he have? Did people did people leave him alone on Twitter, or did anybody?
Oh no, he's got a successful hashtag where people are telling him the things that aren't mosques.
Yeah, you would think on Twitter people would give each other a break. No, that's not the kind of thing they do.
Oh yeah, people always give each other a break when there's physical evidence of your stupidity.
Yeah.
Well, even if it was a mosque, what would that post have done? It would have been the same thing.
It would have just solidified his racism, which everybody already knows about, because he's anti-immigration. This does that anyway, though.
Well,
but
this
more
makes him look
hilariously.
like a stupid racist instead of those smart ones.
Anti-immigration doesn't necessarily make you racist, though. Let's say that. All right. It doesn't. I mean,
okay.
You can't tie things together like that just for the sake of, you know what I mean? You should maintain like vigilance and like identifying things individually like that for fear of maybe like ending up with some kind of witch hunt eventually. Because like I have certain like anti-immigration feelings, but I'm not racist. I just don't like Mexicans. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really make
totally.
It doesn't necessarily make you racist. So I guess that guy's pretty much done for.
That's probably it for
and
him.
On we go. Why did you want to talk about this Aztec death whistle? Because I don't understand.
I don't know why that's in Religious Cunts, but it's
no, it's not. Religious Cunts is over.
Oh, okay.
That's all we.
No, there was another one.
Oh, there was. Oh shit. Okay. We'll have to edit that out. And on we go in Houston. On we go. Houston pastor refuses to buy 93-year-old woman who didn't tithe. Sorry. Refuses. All right. Here, let's start over.
Okay.
Houston pastor refuses
to edit that out.
Houston pastor refuses to bury 93-year-old woman who didn't tithe enough while in a coma. Now, somebody help me out here. Is tithing, that's money that you give?
Yeah, the idea is like you give 10% of what you can do, if that's like money or whatever your skill is.
It's 10% like in all just that's in every kind of Christianity, or is it only a Catholic thing or what?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but it's definitely
this is a
Christian
Baptist
thing.
church. Okay. So definitely not Catholic then. It was like the last insult in the world. There was nothing else I could do for my mommy but funeralize her in the church. This is the daughter that she loved and worshipped all of her life, even as a little girl, explaining that Houston told her that Blair had not paid her dues and that she had not attended the church in recent years. And so the guy's telling the daughter, yeah, sorry, we can't bury her. She didn't pay us enough.
Yeah.
The last 2 years, she's been in a
nursing.
nursing home or she's been in a hospital. There you go. That's your
shit.
that's your salvation, people.
Yeah.
Come on down to Jesus R Us. As long as you keep your fucking dues up, we'll let you into heaven. Day said that she could not understand why Houston would force her to find another place for the burial after her mother had supported him for so many years and her stepfather had been buried at the church. So
that's fucked up.
It says a Houston pastor, but then they keep like referencing Houston as the name of the pastor. Is that the name of the pastor?
A Houston pastor named Houston?
That doesn't sound likely. Whatever. Where's this from? Is this real? Is this supposed to say Pastor Houston? All right, make sure this is real.
Yeah.
There's no explanation for anybody, blah, blah, blah. Even retail stores give people more credit, respect than that, she continued. I don't understand why we've become so commercialized with religion. What does this have to do with God? Why can't I give my mother her last wish to be funeralized in a church that she loves so much? Tyrone Jacques of pimppreacher.com, who first reported Day's story, now that's real, told KRIP's Isaiah Carey that he pleaded with Pastor Houston to change his mind, but he refused. Houston later explained to Carey that Blair was no longer a member of the church because she had not supported it financially in the last 10 years. She said her mother had supported the church up until 2 years ago, but then she became ill and was unable to attend Fourth Missionary or any church. But, like, why? Come on. Just bury the old fucking lady, right?
The
What?
pastor's name is Houston.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is supposed to say Pastor Houston, but it says Houston Pastor in the headline.
Wait, but
is it also in Houston?
It might also be in Houston. I have not found a solid answer on that one yet.
Okay, find out where this is.
Okay.
A clue would be that KRIV is reporting on it.
Oh, no, then it mustn't be somewhere else.
Why?
Because K would be east of the Mississippi River, right?
Is that how that works?
Yeah, what are the radio
I
stations?
thought K was
K is west of the
West
Mississippi.
Coast stuff.
Yeah.
W
Yeah,
is
definitely,
East
because
Coast.
KNIX is an old Phoenix station.
Oh,
I've got
you're
a
right.
button from it.
Why do I feel like... Okay, yeah.
Because you're dumb.
Then maybe it is in Houston.
So check that out. We'll look
I
that
am
up.
dumb.
KRIV reported on it. And yeah, the pastor's name is Houston. This needs to be in Houston for us to have a good time. In memory of Day's mother, pimppreacher.com is sponsoring the Olivia Blair Project to focus on the abuses of tithing and the horrific financial trauma it inflicts on the elderly and those living in fixed incomes. What a bunch of scumbags. Is it?
It's Houston.
Oh, thank God. Sweet. So Pastor Houston in Houston doesn't want to bury the old lady because she didn't pay enough goddamn money.
In
There
the
we go.
last 2 years.
Now that just should illustrate to you what organized religion is all about. You know what I'm saying, y'all?
Yeah. It's
And that's the religious cunt
frightening.
segment, I think.
Fucking
Yeah.
cunts.
Bunch of cunts.
It really captures the message of the religious cunt segment.
You know,
as
it's a
whole,
shame
too.
because a lot of these things started as much better. You know, they really did start as like way better traditions and more healthy things.
Yeah.
Did they? Although
I don't know.
No, maybe they didn't. Maybe I just.
I
think
feel
that.
like it's always been
Maybe it's just
some
always
kind of
been
method to
oppressive.
exploit people. Yeah.
Right.
Really, just always.
All right. Well,
Why are so many people?
maybe someone can prove us wrong. Until then,
Call us.
We'll keep doing the religious cunt segment. Oh, yeah. If you're new to the show, 630-599-7827. 630-599-7827. call in and weigh in on this or any other topic.
Any topic at all.
630-599-7827. Now, we're going to do the Aztec death whistle.
Yes.
Why?
Let's do it because it's scary as fuck.
Is it?
Yeah. Play it.
What, we just going to play the video? What is this fucking thing?
It is a whistle that the Aztec people would carve, and they would use it to just like freak out their enemy before they attacked them. So they would all have like 100 of these going at one time, and like coming up on their enemy and just trying to freak them out and keep them from doing a good job, get inside their head.
And they would, and what is this? Just some piece of fucking wood they have, and they've designed it to just make it sound terrifying.
Yeah, they make them out of all sorts of different stuff. There's one that's made out of jade that sounds a little bit different. All right, let's listen to this motherfucking whistle, because I heard it earlier. It is pretty scary. Check the sound out that they make with this thing. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That's
and
just one whistle. That's just one.
That's one of them. And it's shaped like a fucking skull.
Yeah.
And that's what they're playing as they're like throwing a fucking axe at you.
It's like the scream you hear in your nightmares.
So this is the dead whistle.
What the? What kind of psycho took the time to design that fucking thing, dude? They're sitting there, they're like, yeah, this whistle's pretty good, but it doesn't make my spine arch back and turn me cold from head to toe.
Yeah.
What can we do to make that
doesn't
happen?
haunt my dreams.
Yeah. It doesn't ensure that my children will grow up to be fucking ruthless, bloodthirsty killers from having heard this once.
Could you make me something that'll induce hallucinations that just like are the worst thing you could ever possibly imagine?
Who designs this whistle?
Psychopaths.
Because it doesn't even get good till the third one. This is the first one. That's pretty good. That's scarier, but then this one. Oh, God. Holy fucking Christ. The Aztec death whistle, dude. Imagine what it was like to fight in a war back then. Like, it's bad now.
Yeah.
It's just all boomy and hot and fucking there's camel spiders and shit. Whatever that shit is.
If you skip ahead a little bit on this video, somebody combined the audio to make it sound like there's like 100 of them all at once.
Oh, so what it would sound like when there's all the warriors coming at you?
Yeah.
Dead whistle. It's very...
Yikes.
Dead whistle. It's very unique, very unique. Imagine if I play this instrument in Chicago downtown.
You shut up, you psycho. God damn it.
He didn't make it, I don't think.
Yes, he did.
Look at that table of stuff next to him, too. Those are like crazy ass.
Yeah, what is that guy? Some Aztec?
Some kind of...
Some crazy Aztec? Lost in Los Angeles?
Some
Some weird convention? Well, that's the fucking Aztec death whistle. That was disgustingly horrifying. Isn't it? It just sounds like a woman being murdered.
Yeah.
It just really does. Sounds like a woman in like a death scream. Okay.
There you have it.
What else we got? Anything else? Oh, the Loch Ness shit.
Yeah.
So I came across this article about the mystery of the Loch Ness monster, which is what they call it because it's made of logs. The Loch Ness monster is theorized to possibly just be, multiple different sightings of groups of logs that apparently float out of this river routinely. After an unprecedented 18 months without a confirmed sighting, several people have come forward in the past few weeks with reports of mysterious beasts emerging from the waters of Loch Ness. More than 80 years after the first modern sighting of Nessie, has the monster made a comeback? Alas, the truth could be a little more mundane. The Woodland Trust Conservation Charity has come forward with an infuriatingly humdrum explanation. They're just logs. The charity claims that deadfall washed out by rivers from nearby Urquhart Bay would explain the recent sightings and possibly why the monster has been spotted so often in the past. Large amounts of wood flows out of the woodland through the two winding rivers that flow into Loch Ness each year, peaking when water is high in late autumn and spring. Find out when the most sightings are. Are the most sightings in late autumn and spring? We should find that out.
Okay.
But I think that some debris explains the long, thin, and sometimes stick-like shape seen, said a spokesman for the trust. And that kind of struck a chord with me, too. I'm like, you know, these like little short videos that have been filmed of like a curving kind of like neck looking thing kind of rolling out of the water and then going back down and stuff. I mean, now that I think giant log could, you know what I mean? It really seems kind of like it makes sense. And especially since there's never been any definitive evidence, really, you know, there's never been any fucking piece of an animal
really
or a
real,
bone or anything. You know, it's just kind of a shit story at this point. But we had something about. Did we get anything about the underwater footage that supposedly was shot of it?
Yeah, I have it's like a compilation of photos on here that I was just watching. None of them. I mean, one of them kind of looks like it could be a flipper, but most of them just look like underwater rocks and stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe like a little bit of fog or garbage or something, but
so there's a lot of pictures
that
have been. Yeah. What was our new intern Lola was saying something about some underwater footage? Do you know of some video footage or what?
Oh,
but you've just got stills, huh?
No, it's a video.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's a still from a video.
where is the video?
I don't know. We can try to find that.
All right.
So I guess the Loch Ness Monster sightings date back to the 6th century and have often been explained away as being boats, waves made by boats, or other animals, blah, blah, blah. We all know the fucking story, but I don't know. The logs kind of fucking make sense to me. Think of the logs.
I guess.
And look, there's like this recent photograph that they figured out was logs, and it definitely looks like if you're not experienced, probably, definitely looks like a giant fucking fish of some kind or some animal moving through the water,
But they're sure it's logs.
Kind of looks like it to me. Now,
I guess.
Yeah. Some group of shitty logs. Shitty logs.
Some big old logs.
Big old logs. I mean, it's not that big of a fucking place. Like, look how big that fucking creature would be.
Look at the size of the trees.
Exactly.
Here,
compared.
Yeah, you're right.
That would be a giant fucking.
There's no way that they wouldn't have found him by now.
That would be a giant creature right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. The logs and fucking organic material makes sense to me. I don't know. This is like the show of debunking. Like, this is like the most boring show we've done. It's just like everything's just like, it's not.
I'm not convinced.
Nessie's still out there. We just gotta find him.
Well, that's an interesting take on it that I hadn't heard before. But anyways, we got a 500-year-old map that shatters the official history of the human race.
What?
We've had this around a while. We never got to it. Have you looked at this before?
Yeah, not super recently, but there's weird stuff in this.
So, if conventional wisdom on the human history of the human race is correct, then human civilization is not old enough, nor was it advanced enough to account for the many mysterious monolithic and archaeological sites around the world. Places like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey and the Bosnian Pyramids and Adam's Calendar in South Africa beg the same question. If human civilization is supposedly not old enough to have created all these sites, then who or what had the capacity to create so many elaborate structures around the globe? So we've got this fucking map, yeah? Yeah, and it supposedly is, drawn before we theoretically had the knowledge of this geography?
Yeah,
or what?
Exactly.
So what exactly does it depict that's so controversial? Do you know?
No, you know what? I don't have this, so I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah. Antarctica was officially first sighted by a Russian expedition in 1820, and it is entirely covered in ice caps thought to have formed around 34 to 45 million years ago. It should not have been seen on any map, and it's seen on this map, I guess. So that's one of the things. But that's easily disputable. I mean, conventional history still tells kids in school that Columbus fucking came and discovered North America and was the first European here. But it's clearly documented Vikings were here. African tribes came here. I don't even know if other European people maybe even were here, you know. It's possible that some French and Scottish people were here, I think. According, there's some tablets that they found and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it's just conventional history just ignores anything that it can't immediately explain is just thrown out of the mix, you know? And so you wind up with this idea that's like, this challenges history as we know it. Well, because it's history as we accept it. So if you don't accept history, this isn't really that fucking surprising. It's not surprising to me. You know, what do you guys think?
Nah. I've seen Ancient Aliens.
Yeah, I keep, every time... I've seen a lot of things where they find technology that's like beyond what they expected those people at that time to have.
There's just basic stuff like there's Roslyn Chapel in Ireland, where there's like corn and wheat and a bunch of like symbols of the Americas, and it was built in 1307, and the pillar was carved then, and it's like supposedly before anyone around there should know about anything, you know, like that. So
yeah,
you know, the conventional history is just totally bunk. It sucks. It's just not. I don't even know why it's homogenized in textbooks and stuff, and it becomes supposedly the conventional truth, you know. But it's just really no more legitimate than anyone else's study, you know. And there's so many different fucking people out there that'll tell you that it's just not correct, that we were much more intelligent for much longer than they would like us to believe. And that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
What is the motive to make us believe in the dumbed down version of history, you know? Because here we've got clear evidence that that they were mapping Antarctica 500 years ago. What is this thing called? Piri-Reis, P-I-R-I-R-E-I-S. It focuses on Western Africa and the east coast of South America, the north coast of Antarctica, and features the details of a coastline that many historians and geologists believe represents Queen Maud Land, that is Antarctica. Remarkably, as represented in this map, the frigid continent was not covered in ice caps, but rather with dense vegetation. How could a map drawn in 1513 feature a continent that wasn't discovered until 1820? And if the continent had in fact been discovered by the civilizations known to have emerged after 4000 BC, why were the ice caps not on the map?
You know, it seems like the question is, why is history so resistant to change? You know, like, as information is able to come together with technology and the internet, and people are actually able to share ideas more, it makes sense that our initial version of the story would have to change because new things would keep coming to the surface.
Yeah.
But why aren't these things, like, actually introduced into the academic environment, and why can't it be malleable the way that it should be?
Why isn't it welcomed, a new challenge?
Yeah.
Let's vet this, you know, let's discover the real truth. Why does the academic community want to believe in a narrative, you know?
Yeah, it seems like history should be less like of a memorization and more of, you know, an actual process of discovery.
Exploration.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have less ignore and more explore. That's what I say.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, so this what do you got? Do you got anything on this for us?
I mean, no, they don't know very much about it. There's a group of scientists working on decoding it, I guess, and trying to like figure out exactly how they came about.
So I guess it pertains to like the argument on Antarctica and how the ice caps formed and when exactly too. Yeah. So there's a guy, a history professor in New Hampshire, Charles Hapgood. He claims that the information in the map supported a different view of geology in ancient history and believed that the map verified his global geological theory, which explains how portions of Antarctica could have remained ice-free until 4000 BC. His presentation is so convincing that even famed theoretical physicist and philosopher Albert Einstein wrote the following supportive foreword to a book that Hapgood wrote in 1953. His idea is original, of great simplicity, and if it continues to prove itself, of great importance to everything that is related to the history of the Earth's surface, said Albert Einstein. So he supported this fella.
Yeah. One idea...
It's not a hoax, unquestionably, supposedly, and this comes from a few different sources, but go ahead.
Yeah. But one idea is that the South Pole was actually more where the equator is. And that's why it didn't, there was no, it's the lithosphere. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I think it's like the magnetic.
So it's like we've read the magnetic structure of the Earth, like we've inverted it almost so that the equator goes around the Earth the other way.
No, it shifted overall, which is what caused the climate change.
I like my theory.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry,
we just got it wrong. Let's see. The lithosphere is under the crust, and I don't know what it does.
Oh, great. The hypothesis, it opens the door to the possibility that some forgotten ancient civilization had the capacity to voyage to the Antarctic, charting the Earth with the technology. So what is this map? It's at least 500 years old, or what? Did they date it, or what? Do we not know?
No, we
don't know. How old it is?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
It's at least 500 years old.
Antarctica's crazy, man. A lot of occult groups have wanted to get to Antarctica for some reason. There's something going on down there. There's some shit. Them tools. The tools.
It's the entryway to
that back the Nazis, you know? It's the entryway to the Hollow Earth.
The Hollow Earth,
yeah. Admiral Byrd flew right in.
Yeah.
We all know. We all know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everything's better. Grass is greener on the other side.
Animals grow bigger. All kinds of shit. You guys know about the Hollow Earth, right?
Yeah. We've talked about that.
You know, there's a lot, there's a lot of old, and this actually what they're talking about here about this, like, alternative geology and history and stuff of the South Pole. There's people that propose the same thing in the North Pole, and there's ancient legends all over the place of, like, northern tribes, way northern Europe and, like, Netherlands and shit like this, and Greenland and everything, and they have these ancient legends of their elders would go north in the winter to hunt in greener, warmer pastures, and they would, like, travel miles and miles and into the earth basically to get warm. So clearly they weren't traveling across the North Pole to China to fucking get whatever, you know what I mean? And so yeah, there's a lot of fucking a lot of shit we do not fucking understand. So we don't have much left here, and we do have to give the show away to callers as usual. If you're new to the show and you are out there, I would encourage you to call in soon. And we don't do music or anything at the end of the show. Oh wait, we had a couple comments here. Let's see. We had Shannon saying he grew up Baptist. That's a big thing. I would see relatives barely feeding themselves, but paying tithes. So going back to that conversation on tithes, he's saying people were guilted into it. Let's see. What else did he say? I see this time slot as a way to be the furthest from church. Yeah, the people that go to church will not listen. Let's see. And yeah, he's generally critical of the church here. We needed that church picnic. She should have known. He commented on the lady who couldn't get buried. So that's out to Shannon Pounds. Thanks for commenting on the Ustream live feed, which anyone can do. All right, but look, call us up. Shannon, you're a good talker. You should call up 630-599-7827. We sign off. We clean up the studio. And we just let our listeners take the show away and talk about whatever the fuck they want to talk about for as long as they want to talk about it. So 630-599-7827. Are we ready to hand the show off? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Anything else you want to go over?
Is anybody going to call?
I don't know. We got one guy on the line, our usual Steve Watermelon, ready to take the show.
Oh,
but
lovely.
I like to get somebody for him to. I like to get somebody for him to go back and forth with.
Yeah.
Forthwith. We need someone for him to go back and forth with. Forthwith. Please, 630-599-7827. Please call somebody so we can end the fucking show. What do you guys think of the show tonight?
I miss Tricks.
Yeah, he makes it a lot better. He didn't call in either.
No.
What a piece of shit.
Problem.
I don't know. He's crazy. He's not.
Why?
I don't know. He wasn't raised right. He's poor. It's depressing. He's had some bad luck. You know what I mean? Why am I crazy? Same shit. Same reasons. Why is anyone crazy? Got reasons.
Does he not want to be here, or does he?
No, I think he likes doing the show, but he wants to be a conflict for some reason. You know, he just likes he likes conflict. I don't know why. There he is, back on the screen. Old Earthling.
Oh, there you are.
Come
back, Tricks.
Who's going to call up and talk to our resident caller, Steve Watermelon? 630-599-7827. As soon as someone else calls, we can end the show. And you guys can take it over and talk to each other as long as you want.
You guys can talk about anything.
Steve, what do you want to talk to people about?
Jeez,
Are we done talking about top news?
Yeah, we're done with everything. It's your show now. We're just waiting to get somebody for you to talk to.
Fucking everybody's done with everything?
Mm-hmm.
Just gotta fucking wrap up some chords and shit?
Yeah, we're going to clean up and shit. Why? What do you want to talk about?
You can fucking talk about cop news still. What's going on in Ferguson? Still burning shit.
Are they still burning shit now?
A little bit, I think.
Are they?
Let's see.
I hope so.
Where are you at?
I'm at the bar.
What bar?
Where are you at? It's a studio?
Well, yeah. What do you think?
I mean, I don't know. You could be fucking at a remote location in New York.
If I was
hiding from the world's problems.
If I was doing that, I wouldn't fucking say it on the show.
You wouldn't do the show?
Nah. Fuck no. What bar are you at?
Whatever. I'm at Clementine's in fucking Bolingbrook.
What kind of
Been
bar?
drinking.
What kind of bar is that?
It's like a dive bar. It's like a biker bar.
Yeah, who hangs out there? A lot of bikers?
No bikers, just one
Shittiest question
skateboarder.
ever. Skateboarders and shit? Yeah, is there a lot of fights? What are you
it's all
doing?
gangsters.
You getting drunk? You gonna hit somebody? What's up?
No, I'm not hitting anybody. I am getting drunk, though, and I shouldn't be, because I fucking am a little sick, got a little cold because of the weather. It warmed up a little bit the other day, 2 days ago, and I was like, man, I probably should take it easy today. But I slept till like 3:30, so I think I'm in good shape. And, in fact, I'm fucking going all night for sure, because I just had a monster, and, yeah, I don't give a fuck. But I gotta be like, there's this weird thing.
Wait, there's people listening right now, and I'm pretty pissed off that none of you will call up and take the show away. You understand? You get to be the star of the show. 630-599-STAR.
Hey, quit being pussies.
630-599-STAR. Call up and take the there we go. We got somebody.
Who is
now we
it?
can end the
Let's
show.
do
I don't
it.
know. Let's find out.
Is
Here
it
we go.
Patrick?
I don't know.
Is it the Earthling?
I don't think so. Hello?
Hey, how you doing? I don't know if you guys remember me. This is Larry.
Hello, how are you doing?
Wait, hang on.
What did you say?
Shut up, Steve. Hello, who is this?
How you doing? This is Larry here.
Larry, how are you?
Wait, stop. Steve, give us a second to find out who this guy is. Larry?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Larry, where are you from, Larry?
Not much, no. I just been listening to the show and trying to get some input. I was just thinking of, because I always like to talk about like a lot of philosophical stuff. And since you guys were talking about the polarity reverse, the north-south reversing.
Sure, yeah.
So how about apparently earlier this week, I don't know, because if you look at the science all the count, this weird myth. Thing with the magnetosphere, what is the shield that protects us from the solar rays?
Hang on,
And
can
then,
you?
the scientists found something new recently.
So
now, with the whole polar thing swirling around, let me ask you, what do you think that could cause? Do you think that maybe the solar rays try to cook us from the inside out or something like that?
Hang on a second. Our other caller was making a shitload of noise. I had to take him off. Can you? I know that was a long setup. Can we do that one more time? I apologize. Let's hear your question one more time.
Okay. Okay, so we all know that the Earth's protected by the magnetosphere, the North Pole, South Pole stuff. And then, let's say, hold on, I'm mute because I'm listening to the podcast at the same time. Anyway, and then let's say the poles reverse. We know the birds migrate from North Pole, South Pole, and then once it reverses, we're going to see a whole bunch of weird animal migrations left and right. At the same time, what happens with the magnetosphere? Do you think maybe the solar rays is going to sort of, kind of burn down the atmosphere in a way that could cause such of an eradication, or maybe some massive burn-ups around the atmosphere, or shut down the satellite systems?
Holy shit. I don't know. Does anyone have any handle on what this guy just asked?
Yes.
Okay, what do you think?
That's my answer, yes.
I mean, you think that's possible?
Sure.
I don't know. You know what? To tell you the truth, man, that's just out of my league. I don't know.
No, me neither. I don't know how like a magnetic field and a solar impact would be related.
I guess I have
know.
a basic understanding of magnetics, but how does it relate to the solar field, or what do you mean?
Well, okay. I mean, it's kind of weird or complicated. All I know, pretty much long story short, it prevents the solar radiation to pretty much cook us from inside out. It's almost like a microwave. And
because a microwave doesn't actually cause heat.
And the magnetosphere is sort of what prevents the microwaves from hitting us.
Sure.
So what happens if the poles reverse? Now, does it mean that temporarily North Pole and South Pole is going to be east and west spins around? And you know how the aurora borealis that they have North Pole and South Pole, do you think we're going to be seeing them when that happens?
Oh my God! Well, I don't know. I really don't. But so, it's interesting what you said about a microwave, because a microwave doesn't really create heat. It speeds up activity of atoms or something, right? And it's like it screws with ions or something, and it actually is not real heat that it creates. So it's more of a, I don't know what you call it. It's like a different type of reaction or whatever. So he's proposing that with this what are you saying, with a polar shift that could happen to the Earth?
Well, because we already seen North Pole slowly migrate from, when it was discovered, it was almost in this true magnetic North Pole, which is somewhere in Canada. Over the past few years, it's been slowly drifting. Now it's slightly over Russia, and it's going southbound. And the South Pole, same thing. It's going northbound, so almost towards the tip of Argentina, almost. And so as it continues, when you think about it, so how normally the people in the northern climates, especially in Alaska, they would see the northern lights. So eventually, little by little, we might see the northern lights migrate further southward. That we'll be seeing here soon in Chicago. But at the same time, that causes sort of an access of the solar radiation to hit us.
Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Here's one for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What do you think about the hollow Earth theory? Because a lot of people have tried to explain the phenomenon of the aurora borealis with the hollow Earth theory, being that it's a reflection and of some kind of atmospheric effect from the inner Earth sun.
Well, I wouldn't say exactly inner Earth. I guess a good analogy I could think of, because a lot of people believes that the center of the Earth is like a solid iron nickel.
Do you think that? Do you believe that?
Not hollow Earth. I believe the density of the Earth, like the magma around it, could be maybe lighter than that of the actual core.
Well, because the hollow Earth theory would say that, all right, we've got the crust, we've got the mantle, but then we don't have thousands of miles of liquid magma. We actually have an empty space in there, and instead of a core, we have sort of how an atom is constructed. We have a nucleus that's super condensed and is actually like an inner sun, So the math kind of works out with a more condensed center than is currently proposed by science, I think. But that's kind of where I go with all this stuff, the hollow Earth, and that might just be because I'm dumb. I don't really know, but
I wanted to believe it's not exactly hollow. I mean, you have to think of it because we cannot see it up here unless with some freaking giant ass industry or industrial kind of machines to. You could never see, let's say, iron literally melt away to the point it becomes a gas. Because if once something is hot enough, it becomes gas. But you cannot see it here on the surface. We only see a liquid iron. That's the closest we can see to being fluid. So when you think about it, if the Earth's really that hot, maybe the possibility that's hollow is actually that the iron's so hot that's actually a gas in the center of the Earth. Maybe it's expanding, but yet it's not able to.
I want you to talk to my friend
why
Steve.
the Earth could be hollow, because technically it is, but yet it's not. It just iron expands so much in the center of the Earth that literally is a gas down there. That's one possibility.
Somebody else weigh in on this.
I don't have an opinion on this. I don't know how those things
it's
are related.
all without it's all very interesting.
Yeah.
To me, maybe it's just my natural tendency towards like wishing like the fantastic kind of shit would be true, but
his hollow Earth is different from your hollow Earth, though.
Totally, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Well, I was just trying to point out the distinction that he's talking about a hollow Earth that's filled with gas instead of super dense magma or whatever, versus your hollow Earth where gravity is actually reversed and there's like civilizations living within the Earth, like 180 degrees rotated from us inside. If that makes any sense,
right? Like
I want to use my hands to describe, but I can't.
In my version, you're dealing with like a space station like gyroscope that like creates magnetic force based on a thin line, basically on the outside of the fucking the rotation. So you've got people like standing foot to foot, on either side of a thin line of gravity, as opposed to like what he's talking about, the centralized gravity that conventional physics would have us, I guess, believe. Not that I don't necessarily believe it, but I'm interested. I'm interested in the hollow Earth theory that I'm talking about because it's supported by 1,500 or 1,800 or so scientists. You know what I mean? So it's definitely got some legs. It's interesting.
How does nighttime work with an inner sun?
There is none.
They just have sun all the time,
and that's why like they tie it to these myths of like a land inside the Earth where plants grow larger, animals grow larger, people live longer. It's like conducive to like extremely long life and optimal evolutional choices and stuff like this, and they like get advanced faster and stuff like this. I don't know.
Yeah.
So that, the whole hollow Earth theory also, it ties a lot to folklore. That's a big part of it. It's like we've got some math and we've got some shit that ties to it, some legend and all kinds of shit that kind of makes sense when we put it all together,
Yeah.
So what's your name again? Pardoner?
I know, this is Larry.
Larry, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you remember me. I know we met a few times, but it's been a while since we last talked or anything like that.
Oh, you know what? Were you from South America?
You remember?
Yeah, I remember you. You're from Brazil, maybe, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. How you doing, man? It's nice to hear from you.
Here, I've I know you told me about you do the radio show. I just never remember where it was. And then coincidentally, I was online and everyone I say like, oh, check this out. Like, oh, sweet. And then, oh, voila, there's Vinny.
We need So we lost our other caller, and we need this guy to fucking talk to somebody now. Can you keep this engaged for a minute? I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, go get the other caller. Why don't you?
Go ahead.
All right.
What's up, Larry?
Talk to him about Brazil or something.
Or maybe I don't know, another topic because you guys were talking about the whole.
Talk to him about what he's doing tonight.
Christianity thing because I do hate how different Christians approach different topics. Do you believe? Because I think that at least he's making something to try to regain or something. For instance, despite the fact that I don't recognize or accept too much of the religion aspects, but at least he's trying to do justice by correcting some of the wrongs that his own religion did.
You're kind of breaking up, Larry. Could you speak up a bit?
Okay. Do you believe Pope Francis is trying to do what he can in his power to redeem his own religion based on their past views?
Pope Francis?
Yeah. I'm not exactly a big theist or like a big Christian kind of person. But I believe that everything that we've seen in the past, I believe he's the closest person to his religion, his whole structure per se. He's actually trying to undo the damage that his religion done for all the past hundreds of years. Do you think he's doing something right?
I've heard a lot of stories about things that he's done that seem kind of progressive and fair and open-minded, which is kind of not really with the character of the Catholic Church. But I don't know. I don't know if it's an act. I don't know if he's got a really good publicist. I don't know if it's just a move to try and win some people back just to extort them again, or...
Didn't he publicly, excommunicate all of the mafia? Wasn't that, a huge thing? He was the first pope to condemn all of the mafia?
He did that. He did some crazy things. He openly said I don't care if gay people get married, which is a unexpected stance for the Catholic Church to make.
Well, the Pope is infallible.
Yeah.
In the Catholic Church, so that means that he actually just can't be wrong.
Right.
So if he's if he says that it's okay for gay people to get married, shit should have, you'd think would get set in motion.
Yeah. So why didn't it?
That's sort of been made big news, but with all the recent events that have been going on recently in this country, everyone's been blindsided. For example, do you know that he actually made a big public speech to, I believe it was the UN. It was started a month or so ago. And he publicly said, we shouldn't dismiss any of the scientists in regards to the theory of evolution and how the Earth came to be. Because he literally said that God is not a magician that just goes around and waves his finger and creates things left and right. There's a purpose that we have all these type of scientific tools for us to determine and find our own answers. So do you think that would be a big step that perhaps goes against the teachings that everyone normally would learn under his religion?
Well, I don't really know very much about Catholicism, to be honest with you. Is their interpretation of the Bible fairly literal? Is that
yeah,
Catholics tend to be deniers of evolution and...
Well, I feel like most sensible Christians that you talk to are not going to deny evolution and that they worship in, their own little secret way. But the official stance of the Catholic Church is that Adam and Eve and all that stuff was the start of humanity. But
it just really took me by surprise when he said that out loud, especially in front of esteemed world leaders, to the point that holy crap, he's actually going against what everyone else before him told him otherwise. So,
totally.
I mean, to me, it sounds like he's trying to make the religion that he's preaching to be kept and be up to standard for modern times, because I feel like it's something that's been missing for, I would say, a number of centuries lately.
Okay, but let's be honest about Catholicism, though, and that's that most of the people who are in charge and most of the people who are interested in the religion are going to die very soon. Yeah. If they didn't put someone progressive in power who would appeal to people closer to our age, they would not have any more Catholics.
I recently did audio for a conference where hundreds of priests attended, and I believe, what's his name? Cardinal Francis George was there, and they were talking about the crisis of the Catholic Church, and
it was the Catholic Church was dying.
It was, the whole thing is that the enrollment numbers for people wanting to be priests are falling super, super fast, and nobody, as these priests get old and inevitably pass on, there's fewer and fewer people to take their place. So they were, I wish I had been paying more attention, but they were talking about the new pope, and they were talking about more progressive stances, and they were entertaining the idea of allowing priests to get married, and allowing women to be priests, and allowing gay people to be married and gay people to be priests and things like that. And it just, as sort of a desperate attempt to get people to sign up to be a priest, because it seems so undesirable now, doesn't it? It seems crazy. Why the fuck would anyone want to be a priest?
I know that all religions that seem so far, the further you progress into the religion, once you get to the head of something, you wear a pretty nice dress.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes pretty much for all religions, from what I noticed. Every head person always wears a big dress, per se.
Yeah.
But I guess, that's their thing.
Well, and you know what? They've done this one time with Catholicism already. They did Vatican II, where they basically reinterpreted their whole religion to make it a little more modern and a little more appealing. That's when they stopped doing Mass in Latin, because they realized that nobody fucking cared about anything that they were saying because they couldn't understand a word of it. Especially kids. How are you supposed to convince kids to want to go to church if they have to sit there and listen to gibberish being spouted at them? So,
well, then again, that's majority of the time when we listen to them anyway.
Yeah, well, at least you had a chance if it was in English, But I would not be. I would not be
even
surprised
then,
to learn that
like
this is.
Even when you go to the services, their songs of joy sounds like I'm in a morgue. So that's one thing.
A church
I'm sorry. I just meant to say this because this is the first time I listened to the whole radio broadcast, which I like. It's a pretty intriguing thing, like how you guys cover different ranges of different choices of topics. And I just want to know, how did you guys come across the Aztec death whistle, whatever that was?
I found that on one of my Facebook pages that I follow. Hey, whoever's calling, hold on a second. I don't know how to use the Skype, and there's nobody in the room who does know how to use it. David Baxter.
Steve.
Trying. Hello?
Steve Watermelon, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Do we still have Larry?
Larry?
You hung up on Larry.
How did I hang up on Larry?
You have to do something like add group call. That's why I don't fuck with the Skype.
Oh, fuck.
Larry?
Can you tell Vinny to come back in here, please? Larry's gone. Larry, if you're still listening, please call back. We didn't mean to hang up on you.
Sorry, Larry, my bad.
Please, Larry. What are we talking about?
We were talking about the Catholic Church.
And then also we were talking about the Aztec death whistle.
Yeah, we're fucking talking about the Catholic Church?
Why would anyone want to be a priest, Steve?
Why would anybody want to be a priest? Control.
Do you think
yeah, no, I actually have a funny story about a priest. I'm not going to say any names about anybody, but there was this one priest that used to come into a friend of mine who's a piercer, who used to get himself, let's just say, pierced for pleasure. in areas that you wouldn't necessarily want to get pierced unless you were looking for pain, for maybe some sort of contrition. You know what I mean? Maybe not. I don't know. But this guy told me this priest kept on coming back and back and back and was creeping him out quite a bit. Because he was like, man, this dude's fucking stalking me. And he'll pay me any sort of money that I could possibly get for whatever sort of contrition that he would give me in return. Man, that's some fucked up shit, man. You fucking try and fucking give some control to somebody like that. It might mean that you've been fucked up a little bit by yourself from the Catholic Church.
Call in and talk to Steve just the same, okay?
Yeah.
630.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's a lot going on.
Wrapping up chords and shit.
No.
No, not yet. Wait, hold on, Steve. Larry, if you're still out there, call back. We didn't mean to hang up on you. We just don't know how to work the Skype, so call us back and take the show and talk to Steve, because we were enjoying talking to you.
We enjoy talking to you too,
We can
Steve.
talk about that shit. There's this one thing about those guys. I'm not particularly that myself, for sure. But for a little while, I pretended to be a Catholic, and it was to get paid money for singing. It's this weird thing. Like I would pretend to be a Catholic and drink a bunch of wine, and there's fucking Mexicans fighting outside. I think they're pretend fighting. Yeah, the Catholics, it's an interesting breed where they just bury their fucking bullshit in their priest shit, and then everybody fucking just keeps it real quiet. Now, that being said, sometimes there's somebody who didn't get paid off $250,000 for fucking keeping it quiet in Hinsdale. And it's not me. Hey, listen, I just got paid to sing at a church. That being said, St. Isaac Jokes has buried a bunch of shit in fucking Hinsdale, and I'm pretty sure they fucking sent their kids back to fucking Butterfield Country Club to caddy instead of fucking being, what are those things called? Altar boys? Because altar boys get bent over and fucking get made to fucking really, really respect God and
so do
or the
caddies.
priests that supposedly have a fucking direct line to God and fucking forgive you all their sins.
All right, listen.
Sometimes the rich guys get fucking tired of that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Steve, give us 1 second to set this up. All right, we're gonna let the callers take the show away here in a second. We got Tom on the line from Elmhurst, Illinois. Hey, we got Larry on the line. He's from Brazil.
Larry from Missouri. Here we go.
Larry from Brazil, and we got Steve from where are you at? Bolingbrook.
Bolingbrook, yeah.
All right, you guys go ahead and take the show away. I'm gonna give Steve the opening gambit. You go ahead and lay it out there. I want to thank you guys for supporting the show and everybody who's still listening. We appreciate it. And that's it for us. We're gonna clean up the studio. You guys take it away.
Hey, Larry, from Missouri. What's going on?
Not much.
How you doing? You're riding down there? Are you riding in Missouri?
Oh, please. I'm over here in Illinois. I'm nowhere near Brazil.
Oh, you're in Illinois? You're just from Missouri?
Well, I was born in Brazil.
Oh, you're born in Brazil?
Brazil, not Missouri.
Missouri or Brazil? Which one?
Brazil.
Brazil?
Brazil.
Are you a macaco?
What?
Just kidding, bud. Hey, I'm just kidding. I know what macaco means. It means monkey. And I'm just kidding. But for real, what's up with Brazil right now? I thought we were talking about Missouri.
Yeah. No. Well, anyways, so how long?
Tell me what you're talking about. What's that? Huh?
Well, I was just talking about some of the other topics earlier before the line dropped. That was talking about
line dropped. Yeah.
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
No, I was talking about some of the other topics they were talking about earlier in the show. So
please tell us what topics they were talking about earlier in the show.
I was just asking them to elaborate on that weird death whistle that they were talking about.
You're elaborating on something? If you could just elaborate a little quicker, because it's late in America. And if you're in Brazil, it's the same time. So if you could just go ahead and elaborate just a little bit quicker. It's not been drinking, and it's almost about last call. I'm trying to fucking go home.
All right, well, if Steve's just
tell me,
talk over you, bro, I'll just.
If you could just fucking just tell me what exactly your thoughts are on whatever, then I'll debate.
Yeah, you gotta let him talk first, bro.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Topic?
Please,
if
you could, that'd be great.
What's the topic?
No, I'm serious.
You know what topic?
No, I'm serious.
Well,
please, just elaborate.
No, that's the thing. I don't even know what to debate. What's the topic?
I'm asking you, what's the topic? What's the topic? Are we talking about Brazil?
No. No, they were just asking where I was from. If you want to talk
where are you from?
Okay, so let's
I don't care. I honestly don't care where you're from. I'm just wondering what the fuck we're talking about, because it seems like you just want to talk about Brazil, mostly.
No, you're the one bringing it up. I'm trying to bring a topic and keep interrupting. I'm trying to say something. And,
I'm super sorry about that.
All right. It's cool. Okay, here's the topic of what are your thoughts in regards to the whole controversy they have with Russia and Ukraine.
Russia?
And Ukraine.
But what about Ukraine and Russia? It seems real cold there. It seems like they've infiltrated America's fucking banking system. Next topic. Is that it? That's all you got?
No, I'm just trying to test different conversation topics. I guess I have to limit myself now to something simpler. Let's see.
No, keep going, fucking more complex, because you got more fucking complex than Ukraine and fucking Russia infiltrating the U.S. system, that's for sure. Because that's an easy topic. It's an easy topic, you know what I'm saying? Let's talk about American fucking police. Let's talk about Russian police. Let's talk about ghost stories. No, I'm serious. Like, let's get there, man. You're fucking talking about fucking Russian and Ukraine? Easy game. Are you in the United States right now?
Yeah.
Are you rioting?
No.
Why not?
Because over here in freaking Chicagoland, there's nobody rioting unless you go to the south side.
So far as you know.
Okay, well, then if you want to keep it locally, I'm
saying, why don't you take a bus down to fucking Missouri and fucking riot down there? Because I gotta be like, I'm a bit tired. Don't get me wrong. Every single day I just want to fucking be a happy person and all that shit. But every single day I fucking hear all this fucking crazy ass bullshit about the cops who are fucking sitting across the street right now at Speedway, and they've been sitting there for 45 minutes getting paid and burning gas in their $70,000 car that's going to get sold for $5,000 at an auction once they take those stickers off. Let's talk about that. You want to talk about that?
Well, all I can say about what's happening in Missouri, in Ferguson.
Oh, we're talking about Missouri now?
Yeah, I don't want to
tell me. Dude, I thought you were from Brazil. Let's talk about Brazil.
No, I'm talking about Ferguson, okay? And this is my thoughts. I did not follow the case properly to be able to give a proper justification to what led the jurors to say that, do their decision. All I can say is that how the rioters are taking the approach, I don't think it's a justice well done for them to react the way it has done, because that means they're making.
Are you serious? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? All I want to do is riot right now for Ferguson. That's all I want to do. But instead, I'm in Bolingbrook fucking drinking.
Yeah, and that's why I'm trying to make some logic sense, because you have to understand, regardless, even though I do not agree on how the judges or the jury's decision, I do not know what led them to go to that situation. However, I do not agree on how the public is taking this into the approach within their own community, because what's the point of destroying their community over a verdict of one person, regardless how wrong the verdict was? Because that means they're destroying their community at the same time while destroying their sort of presence around the country of how everything's being perceived. Do you think it's justifiable? Do you think it's justifiable to, let's say, I'll use this as an example. Okay, let's say something happens within your community, and let's say that person is somebody that you look up to very closely. That person was doing everything right throughout his or her own life that created a good establishment to everyone else. And then a person does something horrible to the point that this causes everyone to lose trust to that individual, and then breaks a law so horribly wrong that everyone...
Yeah, but I don't think that pertains to
No, I know. I'm not saying that's an example of what happened over there in Ferguson. I just
because that's
an
not...
example in general.
This is losing faith in a complete system, not a person. You know?
I know. So that's the thing. That's why I cannot justify with what happened in Ferguson.
But I agree with you. It's not...
And I
don't think it's
individually, but I do believe that the reaction is wrong, and the reaction should not have been taken to its level that now is affecting everyone else's life.
You know, here, can I chime in on this real quick? Here's the thing: is I get it to a point. I get it. I understand the you know, you're growing up in a system where you're constantly looked down on, constantly talked down, you know, constantly bullied. I've been there, I've seen it, I understand all this, and I get the frustration, and I get the you know, breaking point, and I get that mass, you know, okay, this is it, and then you have some people doing it, some people, you know, and then it's just, okay, everybody, fuck it. I get that, but at the same time, I have a feeling about 60% of these, like the people, period, that riot when this shit happens, they don't give a fuck about what the cause was. They're just young, thug-minded idiots that are going, you know, it's just an excuse. Oh, let's go do it. You know, it's just that angst that they already have anyways. It's just pointed towards something now. And I just think that's, unfortunately, that's how are you going to stop that? You don't stop that where, you know, when it's happening. You stop that far before it's happening with a system that's broken almost beyond repair itself. So it's a tough, situation all around, really. I don't know how the hell you fix it. It's not a, you know, you put...
And don't get me wrong. The system is broken in so many ways to the point that it's not something that can be fixed overnight. That is true. And I believe from what I have seen so far, I know the media selects what they want to show on TV.
Oh, yeah. No.
And unfortunately, everyone in the media is showing that everyone's using the riot as a means to either loot or just to get revenge or something else, to the point that it only shows the mishaps.
No, I agree.
And so I know there's a lot of good that happened out of it in regards to people defending others throughout the whole ordeal, but they never talk about it.
Yeah, here's my thing about that. The whole thing is, okay, so I work in one of my jobs. I am in contact with people all day as a bartender, right? And it's a higher end, you know, a lot of lawyers, a lot of business, you know, a lot of six-figure kind of people, and they're all very pro-establishment all the time. And so they're all, you know, on the one side of it. They think that justice was served and everyone should shut up and, you know, this and that. And I can't help but I'm usually on the other side of that. I'm very anti-establishment. I've been on the other end of that stick before. and I get both sides. My problem is, why do I even know about it? In Illinois, Ferguson is not affecting me. This is just a media circus. They love to do this. Everyone's question is, or everyone's point is, if this was a black cop that shot a white kid, we would have never heard about it. You never hear about the white cops shooting the black kids in Chicago or St. Louis. You don't hear about this. This was picked up specifically because it's a juicy story that was going to get real divisive in a neighborhood that's already kind of a hotbed. I shouldn't even hear about this. This is nothing. This is a small, it escalated because, I think, more because of the media coverage, it became what it is. I don't think half of this shit would be even going on. And do I think that, a police officer is right for shooting a 16-year-old unarmed kid? I have a hard time justifying that anyway. Whatever evidence was posed. The problem is I wasn't there, you weren't there, nobody was there. Everyone's just watching it and looking at whatever they're shown and then making judgments upon that. Well, no, that's, limited information. This is just what you're being shown on TV. And it's stupid and everyone's up in arms about it, while there's actual things that are going on in this world that should be being paid attention to. This is just another divisive distraction that's put up there to just keep everyone looking at their television. That's what it seems like to me. The events are unfortunate. Anytime somebody starts beating, and destroying their own neighborhood, yeah, of course, that's shitty. That's stupid. You shouldn't do it. You're looking like a fool now. But I don't think half of this would be going on had it not been for the media circus whipped up around it.
Oh yeah, well, it's just unfortunate that whenever it does matter issues or matters that actually is substantial to the public, instead of finding a way or focus to be able to resolve the issue, instead we're always being fed things for ratings, just to see which media on the news corporation. It's almost like we're reliving the real life version of the movie Anchorman per se, because that's all what it is. Which is unfortunate, but
that's what the media has become now.
Well, pretty much. That's why the lower level news corporations are the most trustworthy. For example, every time somebody mentions NPR, a lot of people say, "What is that?" And NPR is actually somebody that does everything funding from the public, not
they don't make money off of it.
Yeah, so but it's unfortunate because they're the ones that are actually more trustworthy, especially for locally, but also internationally. But nobody hears about it because their voices are so low. It's almost like the actual reliable of everything. At my job, I deal with people saying like, "Oh, I saw this on the news." Like, let's face it, that's the first thing I say because then I know which side they're biased on. So
yeah, of course. Oh yeah. 100%.
So that's why as much I like to listen to the media, but I don't listen to like the hot topics because it's almost before the news stations became 24-hour business. They were actually more reliable when they were like between 1 to 5 hour stints per day. But the moment they became 24 hours, they're just filling up everything. It's almost like a child with ADD. It's like, look over there, there's something going on. But
oh yeah, no,
100%. So that's why. So that's literally all it came down to. That's why when there were issues going on, earlier some of the other topics talking about the science-related news and so on. I'm actually more intrigued on those type of topics and conversations, but nobody pays attention because let's not talk about a cure, how we were able to solve Alzheimer's. Instead, let's talk about how you can save $5 by shopping on Black Friday.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The whole thing, I mean, when you have news outlets that are on par with sitcoms, they're doing the same thing. They're selling commercial time. That's what they're doing. You have to have ratings or you don't sell commercial time. You see what I'm saying? So that's where our news has gone also. All of corporatized, basically all media outlets for the most part, except for, internet. And yeah, somewhat, I mean, NPR has definitely got its own bias though. because it is funded, and it's funded by certain people, and those people have interests. And so, but really, I mean, all of them, they're catering to whoever's giving them the money to stay on air. And that's the simple fact. And it's a sad fact because we don't get news anymore. We get, these shows, they're shows, Fox News and CNN, and these are shows. They're not news. They're television shows, and they're made to sell commercial time. And that's the sole purpose. They're not there to inform anyone. They're not there to do anything like that. If they were there to inform us, it would be probably very boring to, the mass populace of the country. They would absolutely have no interest in what most of the shit that's well, no, they probably would, but they'd probably be scared. And
pretty much.
They don't want to have that. But I can't even call it news anymore. It's not news. They're television shows. They're selling commercials. That's all it is. They see something like this, and it's, it's juicy.
I just feel like from now on, if I do want to see the news, maybe they might become like a milk carton, put everything on the side of the milk carton, and they'll select their specific news that only caters to them. And then every time I go to breakfast, I just sort of look at my catalogs. Oh, look what happened last week. It's still going on. Okay.
I think you're onto something. We should get together on this.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody actually tries to use it as their personal profit, and then next thing you know, every time it would be funny if who's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? I don't know, but maybe the NRA is.
Yeah, we'll see what the NRA is doing while I eat cereal. It's funny though. Also, I don't know, from like a weirder perspective, all of this shit. It's almost like I'm watching humanity go through and like another growing pain. In a way, it's just this stuff is inevitable. That will happen. People will overstep their authority, and then people will revolt, and then it'll calm down. Well, it's like you get the government as the parent saying no, and then the kid going, shut up, don't tell me what to do. It's this humanity is constantly doing that. It's just you just watch it and say, it's should this happen? No, well, yeah, it should happen. It's a part of the process of fucking growing. Becoming more conscious of who we are and what we're doing here and all this shit. It's a part of all of that. And so when I see any of this, I'm just like, yeah, that's cool. Whatever. It's got to happen. You got to. And nothing's just going to go smoothly and be like, oh, here we are, we've arrived. This is what happens. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the Spanish Inquisition. And that's a terrible, terrible part of history. But without that, we don't see the error in that, and you don't develop past it, So I have a hard time, condemning, or I just kind of watch it as like, yeah, this is it. This is what happens. This is history. This will go, and something else will happen. It's just you sensationalize it, and you commercialize it, and you package it, and you sell it to everyone, and then you use it to sell TV spots, but. In reality, this is happening. It's going to happen. It happens everywhere. And eventually, I think humanity will grow up to the point where we understand that we can't fight each other if we're going to survive. And then we'll carry on, or we won't. And we'll fucking die off. There are two choices.
Let me give you a little thought, because also it fits into the broadcast or the stations format, And we're talking about the serious subjects, but also the weird and the abnormal. And I think it's right in. So I'm sure if Vinny and the rest of the gang's listening to this, they might like this possible thought process. What if the Earth that we're living right now is actually a test or a bit of test of another Earth in a parallel universe? And then what it is, everything that we do, all the rights and wrongs, all the crap that we do. And then they are observing us, and then next thing you know, they used our mistakes to prevent that from happening. So they actually use it. So pretty much we got dealt the short end of the stick on how to live while they're benefiting.
Well, there are definitely theories like that out there. Yeah, definitely.
So I mean, I don't know if they have it on speaker over there or not, but if they want to use it for something for one of the topics,
maybe it would be just something just to see what other ideas or thought process, because the reason why I thought it would be appropriate to just bring up this subject is when we're talking about the hollow earth theory.
Yeah, hollow earth theory.
That's why I was just thinking about, like, maybe it's just...
I mean, yeah. And, this is kind of being proven in a very rudimentary way, though, but it is starting to be kind of brought, our science that we thought was so solid is kind of crumbling away at this point, and we're starting to understand, well, we're not in mass, but small sections of people are starting to realize, and they're shunned and they're shut down by the mainstream scientific community, but it's there. The research is there, and we do understand that we're not, we're definitely not alone in even the universe, but then that our universe is not alone in universes, like you say, like a multi-dimensional. And yeah, I think that our understanding of why we're here is going to develop. I think we're in a kind of a rapid growth. We're entering into a kind of a rapid growth. People are starting to wake up much quicker to this type, just at least to the open mind, to these type of things, to at least consideration of these type of things. And that's to me, that's a really big step forward, because for a long, long time, I mean, people, they don't want to hear things that they don't understand. And I think more people are now embracing ideas that they absolutely, couldn't have fathomed, 50 years ago, or so I think it's completely plausible that this is just some kind of crazy multi-dimensional universal experiment. Who knows? Who the hell knows, really? But yeah, I think anybody who does psychedelics can kind of say that they've touched on some of these things in their own way.
Of course.
You say you're from Brazil, right? You say you're from Brazil?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so...
But I've been in the States for way too damn long already.
Okay. But where is that where ayahuasca is from? It's not Brazil. Where is that? It's the Amazon rainforest.
Oh, no. Back when I was born there, I was born in Rio, so I lived over there in pretty much the party area. But after that, I moved to Florida, and now I'm over here in Illinois. I'm not that far from the Downers, so yeah, Downers Grove. So I'm not that far at all from there.
Oh yeah, Downers Grove, hotbed of psychedelics.
Well, that's why I try to keep to myself at times.
What's that?
That's why I try to keep it to myself at times, because if I walk around the road, yeah, they'll give you a pretty front, but once you start hearing the back out in the middle of the aisles, then yeah, you know who the crazy ones are.
Yeah, right. Good shit. All right. Well, hopefully they're cleaning up their studio well. We do that for sure. All the legwork here.
And for me, I gotta start doing the same, because I gotta start getting ready to pass out, because I have freaking work in the morning. But I just couldn't fall asleep, and I felt like adding my 2 cents to the conversation.
There you go. I wish I would have tuned in earlier, because I don't know what the hell you guys were talking about. But I'm sure it was good.
It was interesting. I started catching up at around midnight. That's when I got into the show. So, but I'll definitely go and check it out next time to see what else they're going to talk about. But anyway, it definitely was a pleasure with chatting with you. Vinny, if you're able to hear me, so hope to catch you the next time. And I wish you all a good night.
All right, everybody.